Big show feel backed by belts on the line, live from the Maverick Center in West Valley, Utah. This is Fierce Fighting Championship 33, presented by Bet Openly. Hi, everyone. Blake O'Ruling alongside my right-hand man, Jason Laporte. Always great to be here in the Maverick Center. And Jason, what a show we've got in front of us here today. 12 fights, 7 pro, 5 amateur, 2 amateur titles to headline these prelims.
This is a stacked card. I am super excited about this card tonight, headed by Kent Mafaleo. It's always a good night when Kent Mafaleo is the main event.
Well, they are waiting in the wings. We will not make them wait any longer. For the first time tonight, we'll go inside to Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, for those of you tuning into the pay-per-view and for those of you in attendance here at the Maverick Center inside West Valley City, Utah, welcome to Fierce Fighting Championship. Yeah, tonight's event is sanctioned by the Pete Suazo Utah Athletic Commission with Executive Director Scott Bowler in attendance. Dr. Peter Anderson is also cage-side this evening, along with timekeeper Covey King. The judges for the evening are Stephen Farragher, Dan First, Dennis McMahon, and Nathan Burbank. And the referees in charge when the fights begin will be Dave Selyusted and Tyler Tomlinson. Fierce fans, we are moments away from our first fight of the evening, but at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your caps as we honor our country with the singing of our national anthem. Please welcome the return of an extremely talented vocalist and Fierce Fighting Championship fighter, Nicole Funga.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Make some noise for Nicole Funga. Fierce fans, we are now ready for what you all came here to see. 24 mixed martial artists, 12 total fights, including 2 title fights for 1 Fierce Fighting Championship evening. So we have to let those fighters in the back know that you are here. Put your hands together and make some noise! Our first fight of the evening is sponsored by Mountain Land Supply Company. They take pride in providing the best products to their customers while providing timely deliveries and always putting their customers' needs first. They look forward to the future as they constantly implement new systems and technologies to continue to grow and serve at Mountain Land Supply Company. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome the very first 2 fighters of the evening, David Sorensen and then Dennis Bialy, to the cage.
All right, first to cut the curtain tonight, here is Dave Sorensen. Jason, new to the sport, but a long-lasting grappling resume backs him coming into tonight, which will likely be leaned into.
Yeah, anytime you got a grappling background and you're training out of a gym like Agima down in Provo, Utah, you know he's ready. He's going to be ready to scrap tonight.
Yeah, he told me that he was watching a show live in February, which sparked the idea to give MMA a try. He had already clocked in nearly a year of MMA training up to that point, which I think perfectly placed him here tonight.
Yeah, I love seeing these guys that take the time to get a little bit of training in before they just rush in there and step in the cage nowadays. So it's good to see that he got a year of training under his belt, get some grappling in there, get some tournaments in there. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out for him tonight.
Yeah, and speaking about that grappling, he's been consistently competing 13-3 in jiu-jitsu competition dating back to January of last year, not to mention 3 gold medals and 2 silver, all in the blue belt divisions.
So you're saying he's going to win by knockout tonight?
We'll have to see. We will have to see how things
Usually that's the way it goes. When they're jiu-jitsu guys, they win by knockout.
One of 2 Agima fighters here tonight is David Sorensen. No Dana Ristazabal in the corner tonight. He's going to be at a seminar out in Texas doing some grappling coaching. So with that, Court McGee will be heading it for the Provo gym. Short notice, but signed on the dotted line. Enter Dennis Bialy. Jason, north of a year of training while circulating the competition scene, both in jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai, leads him into his inaugural MMA walk.
Got another fighter coming from another solid gym out of Salt Lake City in the Pit. He's got Ramsey Najim in his corner, another guy that's got a year of training under his belt. Great evenly matched fight with 2 debuters. I love it.
Yeah, and Jason, 11 days notice to make his debut here tonight following the drop-off of Leo Figueroa. Short time, but he was waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, you know, if Ramsey's giving him the okay, you know this kid's ready. He's not going to take a fight unless Ramsey thinks he's ready. So short notice or not, this kid will be ready tonight.
Dennis Bialy, I apologize, 1-1 in semi-contact Muay Thai bouts. He competed in one just a couple of weekends ago.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
Very interesting as he's about to enter the cage. Let's go ahead and pull up that tail of the tape. Powered by Prime Labs. David Sorensen opposite Dennis Bialy. Sorensen, the older man by 2 years. The 4-inch edge in height flies by way of Bialy. No issues on the scale for either party, coming in under that 180-pound rim, and Blake canvases on both sides of the cage. Back inside, we'll head in to hoops.
Our first fight of the evening is sponsored by Mountain Land Supply Company. This fight is an amateur 180 pounds catchweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyastad. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner. Making his amateur debut, he stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed in at 178 pounds. Fighting out of Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Elk Ridge, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Dave the Dad Sorensen. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, also making his amateur debut, he stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighed in at 179 pounds. Fighting out of the Pit SLC and Combat Fitness, hailing from Tavera Shah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Dennis Bialy.
First of 24 tonight is Dennis Bialy in the red gloves. Following suit is David Sorensen in the blue. This amateur 180-pound catchweight bout to kick off Fierce FC 33 is brought to you by Mountain Land Supply Company, providing the best products and meeting customers' needs first. Mountain Land Supply Company, an official sponsor of Fierce FC. We apologize for one of our cameras, unfortunately, going out, so we'll try to get that fixed.
You're seeing that Muay Thai early. Sorensen's hurt already.
Bialy goes straight upstairs. Sorensen characteristically shoots in.
Sorensen crisp with the Muay Thai already.
Bialy making him back up early.
Yeah, Sorensen's going to want to get this fight to the ground. He's ate a few big shots early.
Crisp connections by the Salt Lake fighter as he attacks the body as well.
Yeah, nice solid body kick there. You can see the striking from Bialy. Very crisp. Straight right hand down the middle. Connected about 8 times already in this first round.
Dennis?
Sorensen's eating it well. Apologize about that, Blake.
No. Go ahead. You're good. Bialy splits his time between the Pit SLC as well as a gym out in California. Combat Fitness in Concord specifically, as he cracks upstairs once again.
Nice 1-2 right down the middle for Bialy. Doesn't look like a debuter in there tonight, Blake, at all.
Been getting a lot of rounds competition-wise, specifically in the stand-up, like you said, Jason.
He had great takedown defense, too. There's a couple times Sorensen went for a takedown, and he stuffed him.
Bialy also consistently competed in jiu-jitsu up until a calf injury sidelined him late last year as he attacks the chin once again. David Sorensen's chin being tested early as well.
Yeah, Bialy's landed that overhand multiple times. Crisp. They're right down the middle.
Three-minute rounds for this one. We just passed the 1-minute point of this first round.
Sorensen doesn't really have an answer for that.
Shot made some noise, and now a pop from the crowd as Sorensen gets a little bit of wind in his sails.
Great setup for the takedown. Looking for the back. Now you're seeing that jiu-jitsu experience. Oh, he's looking for
a calf slicer there for just a second,
like he was going to go for it. Now he's got the back. A little turn of events here in this first round.
Only 15 seconds to work, but Sorensen not wasting any time.
Now Bialy in a bad spot. Now he's going for an armbar. You could see Sorensen smooth with the transition to that armbar, and he's got that tight. Wow.
Make some noise.
No tap. We will
round
see
one.
stools. Top of the second is going to be quite interesting. Back and forth we go, Jason.
Yeah, great round. Bialy clearly was winning that round right towards the end there. I don't think Sorensen did enough to steal that round, but what a great ending to that round for Sorensen. He's got to have a little bit of confidence going into this second round after that.
I mean, you got to think also Sorensen just getting absolutely handled in the stand-up, able to finally figure out where he needs to be in order to get the win here.
Yeah, he got a big takedown, wasted no time taking the back and locking in that armbar submission. Man, he's got to have a lot of confidence, and Bialy's breathing real hard in that corner.
Head coach of Bialy, Ramsey Nijam, preaching in the corner of Bialy. Got to make sure not to get the highs too high, the lows too low. Both were certainly felt there in those first 3 minutes.
Great action-packed first round.
Dave Selyustad, the third man in the cage tonight. One of 7 assignments, also to handle the main event between Kent Monfileo and William Tarpley later on tonight.
Looking at the two fighters coming in the second round, Sorensen looks calm, cool, and collected. Bialy's breathing pretty heavily. If I'm Sorensen, I'm setting up that shot again and going right for that takedown. He doesn't want to stay at range with Dennis. Better head movement in the second round so far from Sorensen as well.
We saw Court McGee. It was off camera, but he was preaching some striking in the corner of Sorensen as Bialy gets a nod of approval.
Well, that's because Ramsey was calling for him to do the head kick, and Sorensen actually threw the head kick.
A little bit of blood seeping from the nose of Sorensen as he closes distance right up against the broadcast booth.
And Sorensen's got a chin on him. He ate 2 big shots again. And this is where he wants to be. This is his world. He's got 2 minutes to work.
2 for 2 on takedowns is Sorensen. Like you said, Jason, 2 minutes to work as he's in the guard of Bialy.
Now Bialy's he's going to need to work to get up in this position. We'll see if he has the energy to do it. Oh, and he lets him up. That's surprising Sorensen let him up.
David Sorensen, an esteemed wrestler, placing 3rd and 2nd in state consecutive years back in the day. Also a Army 3 levels combatives trainer.
Bialy's breathing deep breaths in his mouth, but he's landing that 1-2. Sorensen's just eating it for lunch and dinner.
Sorensen, more blood seems to be appreciating right around the mouth area as Bialy closes in and they separate.
Both fighters slowed down a little bit in this second round so far.
Just about 50 seconds remaining here in round number 2. Sorensen goes for broke with a big overhand right, but closes the distance in the process.
Right for the takedown. He's got it. This is the same setup he used in that first round.
And every time that takedown lands, this Maverick Center crowd rings through the arena for him.
And Sorensen's going to need to do some damage here.
Looking to pass is Sorensen into that Darce.
Oh, and that's tight. He's got that sunk in there, Blake. This might be over with.
10 seconds to go. Clapper right on cue. Similar to the end of round 1, will we see a third? Bialy still fighting back.
Wow. Round 2 ends the same way with that overhand right to the takedown for Sorensen. Once again, might have been a little bit too late. I mean, I feel like Bialy was still landing the harder shots in that round, but that's a tough one to score.
No sizable lead really on either side.
Really not. And I mean, if you want to score it by who's closer to finishing the round, I would say Sorensen got a little bit closer with that takedown. Tough round to score.
As for Dennis Bialy, in your eyes, what has he been doing well, considering that he's been compromised a couple of times there on the ground specifically?
Yeah, he's been doing really well about working his way back up to his feet, and he's been sticking that jab, that straight 1-2 down the middle very well all round long. He's doing heavy damage to Sorensen there, but it doesn't really seem to phase him. I mean, Sorensen's wearing it pretty well.
Level-headed, headed into the third and final round. And again, Jason, couple of debuters here, first time for both, but they're getting all they signed up for as we head in to this final round. Curious of the state of both cardiovasculars as we head into minutes 6 through 9. Trevor Golden locking up the cage really quick, making sure Dave Selyestead and the other two fighters are secured and ready to go.
I saw a Bialy kind of shake that right hand. I wonder if he's hurt that right hand. And there it is with the overhand again.
Sorensen closes distance, 3 for 3 on takedowns thus far, but Bialy fighting back.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get to the ground again because he was in trouble at the end of that round. And Sorensen, he's got that body lock right now.
Inside trip unsuccessful. Went to lift him up, unable to do so. But now will as Sorensen finds himself back home. We hear from the corner of the pit SLC to preach to stand back up as quickly as possible. Sorensen making his weight well known.
And great job from Bialy to reverse in that position. He needed to do that.
Bialy looking for the pass. Sorensen with that knee shield up top, right in the center of the glow pop cage. Sorensen now playing off of his back.
Bialy's exhausted. Oh, he just ate an up kick right to the mouth. He's breathing heavily out of his mouth.
Bialy converges. Sorensen weathers the storm. Just about the halfway point of this final round.
Looks like Sorensen might be setting up a triangle or an armbar. Nope. Bialy's not settling for those positions in this third round. He's getting them. He's not giving up that position. He's attacking right away, trying to stand up, trying to advance position.
Bialy tallying up control time. You've got to wonder what the judges are seeing as each round has been very close. Jason.
Yeah, these last two rounds have been very close. I'd give a slight edge to Sorensen in this third round so far with a minute left. Oh, big knee to the body from Sorensen.
And Jason, as to remind you, Dennis Bialy, 11 days notice to make this walk.
That's pretty impressive to go 3 rounds on your debut on short notice like this. I think he might have hurt that right hand.
Hasn't thrown it much here in this third round.
And just as we say that, he doesn't.
As he feels that potent jab.
He doesn't quite have that pop on that right that he had in the first and second round. He might have hurt it. I saw him shaking it in between rounds.
Bialy breathing heavily through the mouth. 30 seconds to work for these two at 180 pounds.
Sorensen almost got caught looking up at the clock there. big overhand. That one stunned Sorensen a little bit. That backed him up.
Sorensen fighting off the attack. Pushes back Bialy. As it looks like we will see scorecards in fight one.
Very impressive fight for two debuters. They left it all in the cage. This is going to be a very tough fight to score. I felt Bialy did enough in that first round. Second round toss-up, Sorensen maybe edged it, but Bialy landed some big shots at the end of that third round. Man, this is a very, very tough fight to score.
Dominico Salas always knowing right where the camera is. Dennis Bialy and the Pit SLC thinking they have done enough. We will have to see what the judges think about it. But what a fight that was to kick things off here. We got 11 more to go.
Let's go.
Tough matchup on both sides. Dennis Bialy getting a little bit of a congratulations by Fierce FC matchmaker Zach Partridge. On 11 days' notice to do something like that is quite impressive, let alone against someone like David Sorensen with the grappling credentials that he has. For now, we will wait for the verdict of the judges. But the stock of both rises as we finish this one here tonight. On the other side, David Sorensen alongside Court McGee, who will be in the corner of Andrew Mickelson as well later tonight. Great performance by both with a handshake as well. A little bit of conversation before we go here tonight. A couple of amateur titles later on here tonight at heavyweight and lightweight. Very excited to see that, but atop the marquee lies two heavy-handed fighters in Kent Mafileo and William Tarpley. Both are 100% finish rate heavyweights with top 5 spots in their respective states in terms of ranking. Very interested to see how those fights play out, as well as many others. Not to mention, David Kim's going to be joining us a little bit later on tonight. Unfortunately, his fight was scratched last night at weigh-ins due to his opponent missing weight by a substantial margin, but he will join us for Talon Carvalho and Tyler Harden, as well as Mark Gonzalez and Lauren Sue. All right, it looks like we are just about ready to go inside with some hot cards. Here's Jackson Hopes.
For a decision, all 3 judges score this contest 29-28 for your winner. Unanimous decision, out of the red corner, Dennis Bialy.
This camera? There's no camera. There's no camera. I guess face this way. Here, just stand right here. Stand right here. Stand right here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here with your winner, Dennis Bialy. Dennis, that was a great scrap. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for both of these fighters real quick. Debut fight, you come in there, you get a big win. You were landing some crisp shots in those first couple rounds. Did you think you had the fight finished with those shots?
Honestly, I've snapped my finger in the second round, so my power kind of decreased, but it was good shots, good striking. I've been training Muay Thai pretty densely for the past 4 months, so it's definitely paying off.
I noticed he got you in a couple submissions at the end of that first and second round. How close was he to getting you on those?
Honestly, the armbar, I was like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, and then I heard the bell, I was like, thank God. So it was pretty close on the first one.
Well, you got out of it. You're 1-0 now. Where do you go from here, man?
Honestly, I think I'm supposed to fight in 2 months. It's in Ukiah in California for Dave Terrell's card. So that's the next step, I guess. Maybe some jiu-jitsu in the middle of all that.
Can't wait to see it, man. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to tonight?
Yes, Ramsey, Dom, Zach, making it happen. My family, my friends here supporting me. Also, huge shout out to my gym back in California, Combat Fitness. Sharpened up my tools, gave me the kicks, the punches. Thank you, everybody back home.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Dennis Bialy.
Hi, I'm Jason Laporte, Fierce Fighting Championship commentator and General Sales Manager at Performance Honda in Bountiful. We are the fastest growing Honda dealership in the state, and we have one of the largest certified pre-owned inventories in the state of Utah. Our service department has master technicians with over 100 years experience collectively.
Bienvenidos a Performance Honda Bountiful, donde los tenemos en español y les ponemos una sonrisa todos los días.
Visit us at 2215 South 500 West or performancehondabountiful.com.
Hey everybody, it's Kimball Davis. I've been getting lots of questions about what Prime Labs does, so I decided I'd actually bring you guys in and show you what we do versus just show you some glimpses. Take a look in here as somebody's already getting drawn. This is Stone. He's in the process of getting his blood now. So, Prime Labs is a clinical laboratory. A lot of you guys are probably familiar with like LabCorp and Quest. We're not looking to promote hormones or testosterone. We're just here to do your blood. When you come into Prime Labs, you'll see that it is a full laboratory. Anytime you have questions, you're always able to reach out. Our phone number here is 385-645-7400. The great thing is if you have somebody who's quoted you any type of panel, please reach out to me. We guarantee to beat it. So if you're like, I'm not sure, could they do it? Just reach out, send me the panel, send me the quote. We'll take care of it.
All right, back inside of the Maverick Center, Blake Ruling alongside Jason Laporte. Jason, very, very close fight, but Dennis Bialy gets his hand raised.
Yeah, I think, as the judges' scorecards could tell, he did enough in each round to get a win in each round. I did get confirmation he snapped his finger at the end of that second round. So if you saw it on the TV, on the pay-per-view, you saw him shaking that hand. It's because he broke that finger.
All right, well, that was a lot of fun. We're going to continue on here with DJ Fia and Austin Taylor right now.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by Air Ease Comfort Equipment Supply. They take pride in not only distributing quality furnace and air conditioning supplies, but they also have strong core values of collaboration, enthusiasm, and simplicity. Air Ease Comfort Equipment Supply, built for life, yours. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Austin Taylor and then DJ Fia to the cage.
For the first time, here is Austin Taylor. Jason, there's a laundry list of athletic accolades, but just to name a few, All-American wrestler in freestyle and Greco-Roman, followed by Division I football and rugby played locally at the U. We're looking at an all-around athlete here at 185 pounds.
When you get a guy like this that has those kind of accolades, that has that much of a sports background, that played Division I rugby, you think of guys like Andrew Mickelson, Ben Moa come to mind. They're just they're athletes when they step into this cage. Excited to see what this kid can do tonight.
Not to mention, he went to high school with Fierce FC matchmaker Zach Partridge. After following Zach's fighting career, he contacted him in late April with hopes of hopping on a card from the first week of May to the first week of August. Here he is, wheels up on the amateur debut.
I love it. I did not know that. I didn't realize he went to high school with Zach. That makes this fight even more interesting.
Austin Taylor, also guided by local gym here, 4-7 in his walk tonight, but also coming out of Hyaston, North Carolina as well. Very excited to see what the debut holds for the fighter coming in tonight. All right, on the A side of one of the most frantic frames in Fierce history, back is DJ Fia. Jason, 2 takedowns and a knockdown in just 55 seconds kick-started that debut and subsequent decision win.
Yeah, he looked impressive in his debut. Got some takedowns, controlled the fight. This is a guy that's well-traveled. I've seen him over at Sierra MMA. He's got some training with him. He's all over. He trains at a lot of gyms. You can see Ramsey in his corner from the pit. He's ready to fight. I actually trained with him a few weeks ago, got some rounds, jiu-jitsu rounds in with him. He's ready to fight tonight.
Yeah, I've got it here on the scouting report. Endless reliable resources. Joel Haro, Joe Bish, Marco Sanchez, and his crew, just to name a few. Not a bad list in that bunch.
Yeah, I love seeing that. He's got a Swiss Army knife of guys, coaching him and putting him through the ringer. So he's got different styles. He can kind of take a little bit from each guy and mold it into his style.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and go in with our tale of the tape presented by Prime Labs for this amateur middleweight bout between Austin Taylor and DJ Fiafia. Taylor, 6 years senior, also will have the 2-inch height edge. Austin Taylor weighing in yesterday at 184.5. DJ Fiafia right under that middleweight rim at 186. Fiafia with a record of 1-0. Taylor to make his debut right now. DJ Fiafia been at it for a long time, over 7 years of training up to this point. Very excited to see how he looks in his sophomore slate. Think it's nearly as wild as that Sean Berry fight? I can't remember a fight that was more wild.
That was a wild fight. And if I remember right, didn't DJ break his hand in that fight?
Dislocated his shoulder. His
That's
right
right.
shoulder
That's what it was. Shoulder. I knew it was something.
Quick embrace between the two fighters as we get ready to go here. Back inside, we'll go to Hubs.
Fierce fans, this next fight is sponsored by Aries Comfort Equipment Supply. This fight is an amateur middleweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, making his amateur debut. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighed in at 184 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Hayastan MMA Charlotte and 4-7 Training Center, hailing from Charlotte, North Carolina by way of Kaysville, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Austin Taylor. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an undefeated record of 1 win and 0 losses. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighed in at 186 pounds. Fighting out of the pit, SLC, Fight City, Die Standing Boxing, and Sierra MMA. Hailing from Rose Park, Salt Lake City, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for DJ, the Tongan Titan, Fiafia.
Second rep for Utah's DJ Fiafia in the red gloves. On the road is Austin Taylor, who will swing with blue. This amateur middleweight bout is brought to you by Air Ease and Comfort Solutions. For high-quality heating and cooling products built with exact precision, choose Air Ease, an official sponsor of Fierce FC. Tyler Tomlinson, one of his 6 assignments. He'll take care of the co-main event between Zeke Latu and Avery McFadder later on tonight in our main card.
DJ with the Sub-Zero get over here move. He told me he was going to do that at training.
Taylor connects on the chin early. Fiafia shows off his acrobatics as well. Taylor snappy early, Jason.
Yeah, nice front kick from Taylor. He looks pretty composed for a debut fighter, which you'd expect with a guy with his kind of accolades. DJ active with the kicks as well. Little feeling out process here from both fighters.
Nine minutes of cage time for Fiafia. Austin Taylor again making his debut as he closes in the distance and converges over in his corner. Fiafia active in the clinch. Lots of shots being thrown, Jason.
Yeah, lots of shots. He's staying scrappy. He's fighting the takedown. Great job getting the underhooks.
Austin Taylor told me he had a goal to compete nearly 14 years ago, but life lended to other plans. Now, at the crisp age of 35, looking good 90 seconds in.
Yeah, Taylor doing good, keeping that pressure against the cage. DJ doing a very good job of defending this takedown as well.
Austin told me his plans were to overwhelm DJ through his cardio and grit. Thus far, unable to land a takedown, but certainly meeting DJ Fiafia in the middle thus far.
Yeah, he's making DJ work up against the cage here. Keeping that pressure, keeping things tight up against the cage. DJ hasn't got an answer yet to break free from that.
Nice knee to the breadbasket landed by Taylor. Follows up with another.
Can hear the corner, Ramsey yelling for DJ to get off the cage. Kind of hard to do when you got a big man like Austin Taylor wrapped around you.
Tipped the scales yesterday at 184.5 pounds as he finds his way on top and nearing mount.
Taylor doing a good job, and he's got that. He had that right arm pinned there for a second. He's doing just like you said, that overwhelming pressure. He's a blanket right now on the back side of DJ Fiafia.
10 ticks to go. Fiafia bogged down by the offense of Taylor. Looks like we will head to the corners. Haven't seen a finish yet. That's normally not what we see here in these earlier fights, but right now we're just seeing a couple of guys with high fight IQs.
Yeah, this has been a great fight. Great fight IQ. Taylor getting that takedown. Executing his game plan to a T right now. DJ looked a little flustered there in the beginning.
Your thoughts on the body language right now, Jason, talking to Ramsey Nijum?
Yeah, I think that overwhelming pressure has got DJ a little rattled right now, but I think he'll get composed. He's got a great coach in his corner, Ramsey Nijum, walking him through the process. He did a great job fighting that takedown pretty much the whole round. Now is he going to be able to have the gas tank to keep up with a guy like Austin Taylor, who you know is going to have a gas tank? If you're playing Division I rugby at the U, you're going to have a gas tank.
Interested to see how this next round fares. Nice 60 seconds of analysis by my right-hand man, Jason Laporte. Longest running analyst here at the Fierce Broadcast booth.
Thank you, sir.
Always appreciate having you. Eric Iman was going to be here, was unable to make it, but we do have David Kim coming on later on tonight.
I can't wait to have David Kim join us here in a little bit.
Going to be great for a three-man booth. Always nice to have him. Tyler Tomlinson in the center of the cage for the top of round 2. Back to a slow start. Again, Fiafia's first fight was fireworks out of the floodgates. This one much different.
Yeah, if I'm guessing, Ramsey probably told him to take a deep breath and kind of settle down. He was a little sporadic in that first round, and Taylor did a good job of capitalizing.
Tough from our vantage point, but it looked like Taylor popped off a jab. Another shot there as he lunges into it.
And they both traded shots there. Here's Taylor again with the pressure up against the cage.
Fiafia fighting the hands. Austin Taylor still initiating the grappling as a couple of knees are traded.
You can see the strength that Taylor has. Strong. This is where that athletic background comes into play. You get a guy that's played Division I sports. He knows how to just use his weight, distribute his weight properly. And he's making DJ work.
Austin Taylor, the trend has been slowing down the fight early. That's what we've seen through just over 4 minutes of action here between these two middleweights.
Yeah, so far DJ hasn't quite had an answer to get Taylor off of him.
Jason, I don't know if you heard that, but I just heard someone say time. I thought it was Tyler Tomlinson, but fighters kept going, and Tyler Tomlinson didn't seem to blink an eye.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it came. I'm not sure what happened there.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did hear it. I don't know if it came from the crowd or where it came from.
Just about the halfway point here of round number 2. As Taylor successful in another takedown. Fiafia conceding position.
Taylor definitely not looking like a debuter right now. Overwhelming pressure.
Tyler Tomlinson close to calling it. A win is well within reach for the debuter out of North Carolina. A little bit of blood coming now.
Yeah, apologize about that, Blake.
On that brand new white canvas.
I love the pressure from Taylor.
And not rushing it either, Jason.
No, he's not rushing it. He's staying composed. He's staying on top. He's smothering, landing big shots. Almost frustrating DJ. Like DJ doesn't quite have an answer. And this fight could be about over.
Taylor is going to get it. Mission accomplished in the debut for Austin Taylor.
Great performance from Austin Taylor in the debut fight. Great performance.
What a way to finish it. Stayed composed throughout the entirety of the fight. Willed his way to a win.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the walkouts, that having that D1 experience, it plays dividends when you walk into that cage. He doesn't even look like he's breathing hard.
Calm and composed throughout the entirety of it lasting. DJ Fiafia going to move to 1-1. Austin Taylor, that man moves to 1-0. Let's go ahead and take it over to the replay presented by Bet Openly. Jason, it'll be all yours.
Yeah, replay here. You can see Austin smothering on top, just raining down shots, keeping control of that arm. He's got control of DJ's right arm right there. Now he's just landing shots. DJ not quite sure what to do there. And I've seen DJ on the ground. He knows what he's doing. I just think that overwhelming pressure was just too much for him from Austin Taylor.
Non-stop action from Austin. Finds himself in the win column. Lots of solid intangibles there. All right, looks like we are just about ready to make it official. Tyler Tomlinson awaiting as the fighters wrangle. Quick show of respect, and with that, we go inside to make it official with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes and 41 seconds of the second round, declaring the winner by TKO, Austin Taylor.
You're prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, here with your winner, Austin Taylor. Austin, debut performance. You didn't look like a debuter in there, man. How you feeling?
Feel good. Feel really good. I came out with a mission to leave it all out on the mat, and I feel like I did that.
So it looked like the game plan, and you could tell me this, it looked like the game plan was to put that pressure, because the pressure was relentless, got him down on the ground, and kept that pressure. Was that the game plan coming in here?
Yeah, I worked hard on my cardio the last 3 months. Once I set my mind to it, I didn't want to gas. I feel like I'm gassed, but that pressure, absolutely part of the game plan.
I love it. You're 1-0 now. What do you got next?
Heading back to North Carolina. Huge gap in the market out there. Huge example, Zach, setting this thing up to be as big as it has been. Want to do the same thing for the fight game out in the Carolinas.
I love it. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to?
My wife, Michelle. Life's been super hard the last 3 months, and I wanted to pull the plug on this fight, on this trip, and she said, this is for you, do something for you. And so grateful to her, for my family, for my friends, showing out. Love you guys so much.
Congratulations again, man. We can't wait to see you back in the cage. Give it up for your winner, Austin Taylor.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. Blake O'Rulian alongside my man Jason Laporte. And Jason, Austin Taylor basically did everything he wanted to in that fight.
Pretty much flawless performance. Almost got me choked up a little bit there at the end. Said he had ran into some little problems there. His wife pushed him through it. It's good to see, but I didn't expect to get a little choked up myself in the second fight of the night.
I actually got the chance to do some post-fight interviews, and you'd be surprised how emotional they get you listening and talking to that fighter, having that conversation.
Oh, yeah. It's not an easy job.
All right, final fight before we head to the amateur titles. We'll kick it back inside to Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by Pat's Media Productions. They provide a top-tier broadcast for whatever you're looking to showcase. This crew who are behind these cameras and monitors work tirelessly to put Fierce Fighting Championship into the living rooms of fierce fans everywhere and provide a platform for these fierce fighters to show the world what they can do. Pat's Media Productions, on behalf of fighters and fans everywhere, we thank you. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Hunter Garcia and then Emmanuel Aguilar to the cage.
All right, well, for the first time at Fierce, enter Hunter Garcia. Jason, he's building a name for himself with each walk and doing so in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, this kid's looked phenomenal. He's 2-0, training out of one hit. You see Amin Garcia, his brother in his corner there. I cannot wait for this fight.
And Jason, he has not suffered a scratch up to this point, seemingly unscathed to that 2-0 record and less than 2 minutes of total cage time, 1 minute and 58 seconds through 2 fights. It's like Talon Carvalho.
Yeah, you know, when your older brother's Amin Garcia, you know this kid is prepared, and he's going to bring it.
Amin Garcia to headline our next show at Warehouse 22. You will see the commercial for that coming up later on in the broadcast. But very excited to see what things look like for Hunter Garcia. His fights have not seen the canvas despite previous attempts from his opposition, but he just got his blue belt last week, so if it does go to the ground, I'm very interested to see what the skill set shows.
Yeah, we'll see if all that training and that blue belt has paid off for him. We'll see if it goes to the mat.
Hunter Garcia entering in for the first time with Fierce. Made his debut in August of last year, fight number 3 in just under 365 days. Taking his time for the sophomore slate after 7 years away, here is Emmanuel Aguilera. Jason, the majority of the debut was dealt from his back, but I found he boasts a 26-3 kickboxing record in Chile.
Yeah, very impressive. I was actually talking to Amin Garcia, and they're looking forward to the stand-up fight with Aguilar here. You see his record, he's 0-1, but don't let that fool you. I mean, the guy's had 7 years off. He's coming back. He's training out of one of the best gyms in the West in Extreme Couture. This is going to be a fun fight.
27 years old now. He was 20 back then. I mean, you grow up so much in that time.
This kid will be a completely different fighter. I feel like I can say kid now because I'm a grandfather. I feel like I can call these guys kids now.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and pull up that tail of the tape brought to you by Prime Labs for this amateur featherweight bout between Hunter Garcia and Emmanuel Aguilera. Aguilera, 6 years senior, talking about that. The largest height discrepancy on this card at 6 inches in favor of the one-hit fighter. Garcia weighing in at 145.5 pounds. No issues on the other side as well at 143. Garcia with a record of 2-0. Aguilera with a record of 0-1. Both fighters in the cage, and with that, we'll cue it inside to Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Pat's Media Productions, and this fight is an amateur featherweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyusted. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an undefeated amateur record of 2 wins and 0 losses. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighed in at 145.5 pounds. Fighting out of One Hit MMA, hailing from Kaysville, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Hunter Garcia! And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 0 wins and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighed in at 143 pounds. Fighting out of Extreme Couture, hailing from Las Vegas, Nevada, by way of Chile. Fierce fans, make some noise for Emmanuel Kanji Aguilera!
Long layoff for Emmanuel Aguilera, sporting the red gloves. One Hit MMA's Hunter Garcia answers in the blue. This amateur featherweight bout is brought to you by Pat's Media, providing a top-tier broadcast for whatever you're looking to showcase. Pat's Media, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
I got a feeling this is going to be a good one, Blake.
Pins and needles when it's this style of matchup. Very excited to see these two at 145 pounds. Straight into the action we go. Garcia bids for a takedown. Aguilera nearly to the canvas as Hunter Garcia attacks the neck.
Nice knee to the body from Garcia. I apologize. Aguilar landed a nice knee to the body to Garcia.
Immediately to the clinch. Jason, you joke about it all the time. You think you're going to see striking, you end up seeing grappling.
Yeah, it happens every time. And Garcia seeming to be the stronger fighter here, keeping Aguilar pushed up against the cage there.
Did weigh in 2.5 pounds heavier at 145.5. Interested to see what their weigh here tonight. Aguilera jumps for that guillotine. Finds himself on bottom, immediately shoots back up, but Garcia now privy to it and jumps to the neck.
I loved how composed Garcia was with taking that neck and slipping it right into the chin. Might need to change that angle there. Garcia might end up getting out.
Still fighting for it. Dave Selystead looking for the angle.
It's a tough angle. I don't think there's a lot of choking pressure in that point. Now you see it. Garcia let it go as he should have, so he doesn't tire out those arms there. Garcia doing a great job working back up to his feet.
Manuel Aguilera taken down 5 times on 5 attempts. Searched for submissions off of his back. They were primarily arm bars and guillotines like we've already seen here back in the debut in 2017 as he swings for the fences.
And these guys are trading shots now. Now Garcia's landing shots. Nice body dig by Aguilar. He's landed 2 nice body shots.
Hunter Garcia nearing more cage time than he's had combined in his first 2 fights here tonight as Aguilera fighting back valiantly.
He's eating a couple big shots.
Perfectly placed takedown, finds Aguilera back on his back. Hunter Garcia successful once again.
Really impressed with Garcia, at 21 years of age, for as composed as he's staying. Ooh, Aguilar looking like he's switching for an armbar.
Garcia keen to it as he jumps over and finds himself back to the top in the front headlock. Seems like a well-deserved blue belt.
It does seem like a well-deserved blue belt.
Just about 20 ticks to go here in round number 1. Both fighters more so fighting for position than anything. Garcia on bottom. Aguilera finds his way to the top for the first time in this fight. Loaded up for a heavy shot. Garcia finding his way out of the target.
Aguilar was looking to end the fight with 1 punch there.
Had some heat on it for sure as we head to a second round. Interesting. Both guys looking good.
Yeah, it was a scrappy first round from both fighters. Both had some success. I felt like Garcia landed the harder shots there, and he did have that submission attempt towards the end of the round there.
Aguilera didn't have a stool for a second.
Yeah, he didn't have he decided just to sit down. He's like, I got to take a breather. I'm just going to sit on the mat there.
Again, first fight in 7 years. You got to wonder where the gas tank is at headed into the second round. Did go the full time back in 2017, but again, it's been so much time.
Yeah, it's been 7 years.
On the other side, Hunter Garcia, again, as mentioned, this is the longest he's ever gone. His first 2 fights were finished in 1 minute and 6 seconds and 52 seconds. So with all that being considered, shaking out the arms a little bit, make sure he's fresh for another potential round here. Back to the action we go. Garcia takes control of the cage as Aguilera on his back foot throws a hefty kick. Gets a pop from the crowd for it.
Nice body kick from Aguilera. Nice 1-2, and another body shot from Aguilera. He's invested in the body, and now he's the one connecting with the shots.
Massive head kick connects cleanly. Garcia answers back.
He landed a nice 1-2. These guys are trading shots. Aguilera landed the heavier shots in this second round so far, but Hunter Garcia, now he's coming back landing the heavier shots.
As advertised, all output on both sides. Thrilling fight we've got, Jason.
Big head kick from Aguilera, and Hunter Garcia just ate it.
Landed 2 of those thus far in just 52 seconds of work here in round number 2. Garcia, back to the grappling he goes. And Aguilera didn't show this type of offensive structure back in his first fight. Right now, presence being felt opposite Hunter Garcia.
Yeah, you can tell he's definitely made some improvements there. He's taking some big, deep breaths right now.
A lot of weapons being thrown here early. About the halfway point of round number 2.
You hear Hunter Garcia's corner calling for a takedown. They want him to get this takedown and get on top.
Aguilera still has that arm in there for the guillotine. Doesn't necessarily have the position for it, but still searching for it.
Yeah, Garcia's got to watch that neck, because Aguilera keeps cinching that tighter and tighter as he digs that head in there.
Manuel Aguilera, a blue belt up to this point. Not a lot of action as Dave Selyusted will separate the two. Dave Selyusted, been doing that a lot more lately. I've actually kind of liked it.
Dave wants to see some action there.
A little bit of a cut under that left eye of Garcia. Certainly more compromised than he's ever been before. Yeah, he's still trekking forward.
And just ate another big head kick from Aguilera and another big right hand. Aguilera's had some success with that overhand right in this second round. It's him landing the harder shots, in my opinion, in this second round. This is going to be a tough round to score for the judges.
All right, that will close it out for the second of 3 rounds. Seems like Aguilera might have had the upper hand in that round.
Yeah, I felt like he was landing the harder shots in that round. He invested to the body. He landed 3 heavy head kicks in that round and was landing that overhand. You know, Hunter did a good job pressing him up against the cage, didn't really do much with it. I could see this fight easily being 1-1 going into this third round.
Is that what you would bid for?
I would say it's 1-1 going into the third round.
Interested to see how these next 3 minutes play out, but for right now, Hunter Garcia, after that second round, seems to have an uphill battle considering Aguilera, but Aguilera hunched over in his stool.
Yeah, he looks like the gas fighter, but I thought that going into the second round, and he was the one landing the bigger shots. So we'll see if he can take a couple deep breaths and get his win back here for the third round.
And it's also got to be a little bit demeaning too. I mean, throwing everything he can at Hunter, he's still coming forward.
Yeah, Hunter he walked through those head kicks where I thought that night should have ended for him after the first one, and he just kept coming forward.
Third and final round here tonight between these two. And again, title fights on the other side of this one. Garcia.
Yeah, his corner wants to take down. They want him just to take this fight down. They don't want him standing with Aguilera.
Drags down Aguilera to the canvas, still searching for that guillotine.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got anything there. He might want to let that go. Just as I say that, he might have something there.
Up against the cage. But Garcia fighting the hands well, trying to break the guard of Aguilera.
Yeah, he looks like he's might be popping his head out here.
Fighting it well is Garcia. But Aguilera found a prime position in the first 45 seconds. Now Garcia out of the woods.
Yeah, Garcia's going to want to get up here. Aguilera's going to want to get up out of this position.
I don't know if it came through the ambient mic, but Amin Garcia saying that the face was open. Hunter threw it and connected cleanly. A little bit less pop off of these shots as well right now, Jason.
Yeah, they've been going at it for 2.5 rounds here. Now it looks like Garcia's locking in a anaconda choke there.
Staying still, but has that locked up. Starting to crunch that side.
He's got the arm in there. Landed heavy knee to the body. I love the game from Garcia in this third round. He's putting a lot of pressure on Aguilera. I'm sure they've seen something in the corner. See Aguilera looking up at the clock there.
Not a lot of urgency on the side of Aguilera. You got to wonder if his corner thinks he's easily up 2 rounds and just needs to survive the next 60 seconds.
Yeah, you can hear Garcia's corner yelling at him, just kind of stay, wait it out.
Both sides thinking they have it.
Yeah, very interesting. We'll see what the judges have to say if it goes to there, unless somebody can get a finish here in the next 45 seconds.
Don't typically see both corners preaching patience, but we see that here. Just a little bit of time left as we see some movement from the bottom of Aguilera.
Yeah, and Garcia's looked like he was trying for that choke again, but I think he's just going more for position here.
Will Dave Selyestead separate once again? We'll have to see. Did it in round 2.
Really impressed with the fight IQ from Hunter Garcia.
Aguilera able to get the reversal with just 10 seconds to go. Garcia looks up at the clock to see the state of the fight. But it looks like this one will hang in the balance of the judges, Jason.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this gets scored. Obviously, both corners thinking their fighter has it. Very tough fight to score. If it's me, I slight edge to Garcia in that fight. That third round, I felt like he won the first and the third. But I'm not a judge, so we'll see.
Razor close on both ends as we see Emanuel Aguilera head over to his corner. A quick thumbs up from him. Looked really good in there for 7 years off, Jason.
Yeah, that was impressive. He's definitely made some changes there. You can see he's elevated his game. He landed some nice head kicks. I mean, most fighters probably would have folded to some of those head kicks from Aguilera. He was investing to the body. You saw him do some good things when he got to the ground. He had some good get-ups there. But Hunter Garcia just a little more relentless. A little more relentless pressure from Hunter Garcia.
Very curious to see. This is a tough split. What will we see between the judges, what they saw? Jason, we used to do unofficial scorecards all the time with you. We've kind of gone away from them.
I like the unofficial scorecards. I like doing those.
We do. We should bring them back. We haven't done them in a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I always try to get a little tips from the judges and get their thoughts and what they're seeing, so it helps me when I'm giving my unofficial.
Emanuel Aguilera looking to move to 1-1. On the other side is Hunter Garcia draped over the cage, looking to move to 3-0.
Looks like the judge's decision is in.
Tandem of brothers. Some of the faces of the Utah fight scene. Amin Garcia again jumping up to pro next month in September. Preaching to the camera right now. Giving some props to the little brother who showed out in his Fierce Fighting Championship debut. Still a little bit of deliberation, but it seems like scorecards are in hand. With that, we'll make it official with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Judge Stephen Farragher scores this contest 29-28. Aguilera. Dan First scores this contest 29-28. Garcia. And Nathan Burbank judges this contest 29-28, declaring the winner by split decision. Out of the blue corner, Hunter Garcia.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Hunter Garcia. Hunter, that was a great performance, very well composed. Was there anything that threw you off in there? He landed some big head kicks in there. Were you phased at any point in the fight?
Not really, no.
I love the confidence, man. Look, you're 3-0 now. Where do you go from here, man? You want a title shot? What's next for you?
Train up some more, and we'll get back in here as soon as I can.
Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Just my family, coaches, and everyone helped me through the camp.
Once again, phenomenal performance tonight. Congratulations, 3-0 now. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Hunter Garcia.
Friday, September 6th, the world's most exciting combat sport, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is back at the Maverick Center with another night of amazing bare knuckle fights. In the main event, world champion Christine Misfit Faria, one of the most feared women in combat sports, puts her title on the line against the #1 contender who doesn't know the meaning of fear, Jade Massamoir. Plus 11 other savage bare knuckle fights. Avoid the sellout. Grab your tickets now at bkfc.com.
When cutting weight, you lose more than just pounds. You lose vital hydration.
Rush Hydro helps me get back in peak condition after sweat loss leaves me depleted.
It was specifically engineered for athletes like myself who need quick hydration recovery. This drink has a special ingredient, cluster dextrin, which is formulated to help my body retain electrolytes, use them more efficiently, and support lasting energy.
When it feels like a race to rehydrate, Rush Hydro helps me perform my best.
Try hydration redefined at rushhydro.com.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for a 20% discount on tickets to BKFC 65 coming to Salt Lake City on September 6th. Jason, this card is absolutely action-packed. Conor McGregor just actually signed with a partnership with the promotions, calling it the future of combat sports.
This is going to be great. The last time they came here, this crowd was electric. It was a packed house. I'm really excited to see this.
More Fierce FC talent on that card as well. We saw a lot of big names on it. They will be returning as well as many more. We'll actually get to talk to them a little bit later on in this broadcast here tonight. But with that, we will kick it inside to Jackson Hoops to bring out David Kim.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening was to be sponsored by JC Pro Design, but has unfortunately been canceled and scratched from the card due to one of the fighters missing weight substantially by 20 pounds. However, we are allowing the other fighter who made weight to make his walk and address the audience and his fans. Holding an amateur record of 3 wins and 1 loss, he stands 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed in at 135 pounds, fighting out of Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Spanish Fork, Utah, by way of Farmington, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for David Kim!
Well, it was not the way we wanted to see the walkout take place, but here is David Kim, one of Agima's finest.
Yes, sir.
And with that, we'll give it over to him with a hot microphone.
First of all, thank all the fans, friends, and family that came to watch me fight. Let's give a big round of applause for them. Especially some of my students at Premier Martial Arts, they dragged their parents here. We're talking kids between the ages of 5 and 12, dragged their parents here to watch some MMA tonight. So let's give them a big thank you. As you guys heard from Jackson over here, my opponent unfortunately missed weight by a whopping 20 pounds. Sometimes in life when things happen to you and it's outside of your control, the way you react and the way you handle it defines who you are as an individual. So I just want to say thank you to all of those friends and family that gave me support, all those students at Premier Martial Arts who reminded me of the person that I need to be when bad things happen to me, showing discipline, respect, and self-control. So a big thank you to all of you. I'd like to give a big thank you to all of my teammates and my coaches at the best gym in Utah, Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, Dana Aristizabal, Amy Aristizabal, Court McGee. Big thank you to Joel Haro, who's helped me during this camp. Big thank you to my sponsors, Premier Martial Arts in Riverton and Pleasant Grove, Black Lotus Financial Group, Tyler Clancy in Utah District 60, vote for him if you're in Provo, Studio Z in Linden, the best haircut in Utah, Accelerated Athletics, Axel UFC Knives, and a big, big thank you to Fierce Fighting Championship, Cody Bunderson, Zach Partridge, Blake Arulian, Jason Laporte, and a big thank you to the commission, Scott Bullard. Guys, hopefully I can see you guys in September, October. It don't matter. I'll figure it out and I'll be back in the cage. Thank you.
Make some noise one more time, David Kim. All right, we're just going to keep moving right along. Fierce fans, our first title fight of the evening is sponsored by Rockwell Watches. Born out of a need for commitment to redefine a style, devote themselves to quality, and remain loyal to those that surround themselves with, Rockwell Watches reveal a life of uncompromising style, action, and confidence, fueled by the weight on your wrist and the story you have to tell. They sincerely hope your Rockwell watch serves as a reminder of a time when you could proudly say, "Watch me." They don't just tell time, they tell a story at Rockwell Watches. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome the first two title fighters of the evening, Tyler Hardin and then Talon Carvalho, to the cage.
Walk number 5 in a 12-month span. Enter the ever-active lightweight Tyler Hardin. Jason, an unfortunate introduction to the Fierce Cage last time out, but tasked with another title fight tonight. That's the 4th in a row for the Idaho Ace.
Hey, Tyler's got all the tools. I'm really excited about this fight. This is one of the fights that I highlighted that could be fight of the night. Tyler brings a lot of experience, got a lot of jiu-jitsu experience. Don't let that 4-3 record fool you.
And David, I mentioned his 5th fight in a 12-month span. He's averaged a fight every 71 days this past year.
Yeah, staying active really helps. Yeah, staying active really helps when you're, fighting at an amateur level, making sure that you're always getting in the cage, keeping your weight down, being athletic.
Jason, this is the heaviest he's ever been at 153 pounds here tonight. We'll see if that aids him going up 10 pounds.
Yeah, he's going to have his hands full tonight with Talon Carvalho. He might need all that weight, all that extra weight.
Again, Tyler Hardin 1-2 in title fights. His 4th one consecutively here out of Colossal Fight Company in Pocatello, Idaho. Slaps on submissions from every angle. David, I know you know a lot about that.
Oh yeah, this guy is a real jiu-jitsu ace. One of the keys for him to win is to make sure that he can take this to the ground and use his jiu-jitsu to nullify his opponent.
A blue belt in jiu-jitsu up to this point. 3 of his wins have been by submission, 1 by TKO. Another rep for the fighter out of Pocatello, Idaho.
Really, a blue belt?
Back up for a belt. Here is the Pit SLC's Talon Carvalho. David, he was tested to the highest degree last time out, and while it didn't go his way in the eyes of the masses, he passed that litmus test with flying colors.
Yeah, this guy is a real fighter. He's willing to throw any punch anywhere. He comes forward, and he isn't shy of getting in a firefight.
Yeah, Jason, we've heard from various sources mentioning that he has been locked in and laser focused since the loss in February to Amin Garcia.
Yeah, which was a close loss. That was a very contested fight from Talon Carvalho. He's one of the guys this is one of the blue chip prospects in local MMA here in Utah. Talon has got all the tools. I know he's been over at Sierra training with Joel Haro, getting some striking in. We'll see if he can put that to use tonight.
Back-to-back well-versed veterans to face Talon Carvalho, both Tyler and Amin making their 8th walks while facing opposite him. Here is his 5th walk, as forementioned. And with that, we'll go ahead and pull up that tail of the tape, powered by Prime Labs, for this amateur lightweight title bout between Talon Carvalho and Tyler Hardin. Hardin, the older fighter by 2 years at 24 years of age, also the 1-inch height advantage will fly by way of the Pocatello fighter. Carvalho tipping the scales at 155, Hardin just 2 pounds under at 153. Carvalho with a record of 3-1, a little bit more tread on the tires on the other side with Tyler Hardin's record at 4-3.
And this title is vacant because of Amin Garcia stepping up into the pro ranks, right?
Correct. With that, entering the cage, once again, a Maverick Center mainstay, Talon Carvalho. Another shot at the lightweight title. And with that, we will kick it back inside to the man in the blue suit. Here's Hoops.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Rockwell Watches. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyesaid. This fight is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds for the Fierce Fighting Championship Amateur Lightweight title. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 4 wins and 3 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighed in at 153 pounds. Fighting out of Colossal Fight Company, hailing from Pocatello, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Tyler, the Hangman Harden. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 3 wins and 1 loss. He stands 6 feet tall and weighed in at 155 pounds. Fighting out of the Pit SLC, hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Talon Carvalho!
All right, boys, we went over the rules in the locker room already. Just gonna go over those big ones again. Stay off the top, back of the head. Keep your fingers out of the cage. It's amateur bout still, so that anything that strikes the head has to be a punch or a kick. Got it? Touch them up. Let's have a good fight.
Title fight number 2 for Talon Carvalho in the red gloves. Strap searching on the other side is Tyler Harden in the blue gloves. This amateur lightweight title bout is brought to you by Rockwell Watches. They don't just tell time, they tell a story. Rockwell Watches, the official champions watch of Fierce FC.
Ooh, quick start.
Yeah, Talon not wasting any time. His footwork from Talon so far.
Yeah, watching film. Ooh, good kick. Watching film, I noticed that he puts his head down a lot, so I'm very impressed that he's keeping those eyes open. He's ready to throw punches.
Hefty leg kick thrown and landed by Harden. Answered back is Carvalho.
Notice those fakes from Talon. Those are impressive. Very, very sneaky.
Talon Carvalho, his average fight time when he wins, 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Big shots from Carvalho now.
As he begins to blitz, Harden able to keep his composure.
Carvalho brings that athleticism in the cage, and he's landed some heavy leg kicks so far in this first round.
You know, being Tyler's first or second time being a lightweight, there seems to be a size discrepancy for sure, and Talon's very big for the weight class.
Again, tipping the scales yesterday was Carvalho at 55. Harden absorbs that one to the body, weighing in at 153.
One thing I've noticed from Carvalho so far tonight is a little more composure than we've seen in the past. Usually he's blitzing, throwing a lot of shots. He's very well composed tonight.
Really, really patient. You can see the experience coming on.
And those leg kicks, a la Joe Haro, are landing heavy leg kicks, and Tyler returns one right back at him.
Harden active.
Ooh.
That was below the belt there, and you saw Talon apologize right away.
You never want to see that as a fighter.
No.
You got many battles outside of the cage, you know, so you got to make sure you're protected at all times.
There's typically a little bit of controversy, but that one clear as can be, as well as echoed through the Maverick Center itself.
Yeah. Talon backed away and apologized right away. So, David, you're obviously the fighter in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Do you take the full 5 minutes, or do you get right back in it?
It just depends on the situation. Normally, I like to get back in there just because you don't want to be waiting and get cold. But yeah, if you're tired or if you're gassed, I guess you can.
Back under the hot lights are the 2 lightweights. Again, this one up for the amateur lightweight title.
Beautiful head movement from Carvalho.
Wow.
Blinding speed on both sides as well, David. You seeing that?
Really smooth from both fighters. I'm very impressed. They put in a lot of work for this camp.
Tyler Harden listed at 6'1". I would bid he might be even a little bit taller, Jason.
Yeah, he looks tall in there.
Looks taller than 1 inch over Talon Carvalho.
Oh.
Down is Harden!
Big right hand. Talon's got to be careful here because this is Tyler's world, but he landed some big shots. Tyler's hurt. Oh, another big shot.
Oh, wow.
Big shots from Carvalho.
Bullseye from Carvalho puts Harden in a compromising position. Still able to work, but Dave Selyesaid giving it a good look. Down!
Gone.
Oh!
Out cold! Talon Carvalho is real as they come!
Wow! And the kid is back. Impressive performance from Talon Carvalho. Wow!
That was an amazing strike. Wow.
His striking looked phenomenal tonight. That's the best I've seen Talon look.
He has grown so much since he's fought Amin Garcia. Like, that was very, very impressive. He's starting to look like a pro for sure.
He looks like a pro. That was a pro performance tonight from Talon Carvalho.
100%.
I have goosebumps from that. I mean, the speed, the precision.
It came right to us. I don't know if you guys can see on your screen, but it came right to us. Tyler's head, his hair almost hit us, basically. It was crazy.
The bullseye landed, and Talon Carvalho is the Fierce FC amateur lightweight champion. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to the Bet Openly replay. David Kim, go ahead and talk us through this.
Yeah, so you'll notice during this entire fight, Talon, he's just throwing really big punches, has a lot of power. He's staying on top, making sure that he misses all those head kicks from the bottom. He's throwing straight punches. Notice how he's not looping too crazy. Sniper on top, gets to knee on belly. He's hitting him down, now has side control. He's pushing, framing, and he's going to let him back up right here because he knows that he can finish him on the feet. Boom, just like that.
Out cold and with immediacy, Dave Selyusted calls it. Talon Carvalho about to be a belt holder. On the other side, a tough loss for Tyler Hardin. Another one for him, but seems to have his wits about him. All right, prime to belt the winner. Here is Jackson Hopes.
The very first round, declaring the winner by knockout and new undisputed lightweight champion, Talon Carvalho.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Talon Carvalho. Talon, that was an impressive performance. Last time we saw you in the cage, you came up short in your title shot. You seem like an improved fighter tonight. What was the difference, man?
Staying calm. I can't go out like a bat out of hell. I need to play my game and touch them up, and that's how it's done.
You look like a champion tonight, well-deserved. I want to turn around and look at the big screen, and I want you to walk me through this finish here, because that was an impressive performance.
Moving, feint, touch him with the jab, overhand, dropped him, trying to find a good shot. But he's tricky. I was trying to pass his guard, and he's like a spider monkey. I couldn't get past. And I found a couple shots. I decided to let him up. I knew he was hurt. I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's going to happen in a second, Just wait on it. We'll see. And I'm up. Bow, body kick, right hand, and that was it.
Yeah, beautiful performance. We talked about it on the broadcast of how patient you were on that. What was training camp like for you coming into this, knowing that you're going to fight a guy with the jiu-jitsu background?
Training camp was really good. I made sure to work my cardio because we all know last fight I gassed out pretty bad. It was also an adrenaline dump, but I also made sure to work my grappling just in case it did end up on the ground. I didn't want it there, obviously. And then I got the dub, man.
I love it. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to tonight?
I want to dedicate this fight to my Nana. She just passed away last Friday. And she was the sweetest, most witty, kindest angel there was. And I miss her so much, so that's for you, Nana. I love you.
Congratulations again on a phenomenal performance and new Fierce FC lightweight champion, Talon Carvalho.
Hi, I'm Jason Laporte, Fierce Fighting Championship commentator and general sales manager at Performance Honda in Bountiful. We are the fastest growing Honda dealership in the state, and we have one of the largest certified pre-owned inventories in the state of Utah. Our service department has master technicians with over 100 years experience collectively.
Bienvenidos a Performance Honda Bountiful, donde los atendemos en español y les ponemos una sonrisa todos los días.
Visit us at 2215 South 500 West or performancehondabountiful.com.
Hey everybody, it's Kimball Davis. I've been getting lots of questions about what Prime Labs does, so I decided I'd actually bring you guys in and show you what we do versus just show you some glimpses. Take a look in here as somebody's already getting drawn. This is stone. He's in the process of getting his blood now. So, Prime Labs is a clinical laboratory. A lot of you guys are probably familiar with like LabCorp and Quest. We're not looking to promote hormones or testosterone. We're just here to do your blood. When you come into Prime Labs, you'll see that it is a full laboratory. Anytime you have questions, you're always able to reach out. Our phone number here is 385-645-7400. The great thing is if you have somebody who's quoted you any type of panel, please reach out to me. We guarantee to beat it. So if you're like, I'm not sure, could they do it? Just reach out, send me the panel, send me the quote. We'll take care of it.
Welcome back into Fierce Fighting Championship 33, presented by Bet Openly. Blake O'Rulian, David Kim with us for another fight. Been a blast to have him, as well as Jason Laporte. And Jason, I just got to get your reaction. Without a doubt, thus far, the performance of the night, Talon Carvalho looked like a world beater in there.
Yeah, hands down. We talked about it before. He looked like a pro.
Yeah, no, seriously, he is a very impressive fighter, and I think there's a lot of matchups that Zach can make in the Fierce Cage in the future.
Jason, I think it's fair to say as well, though, it's going to be hard for people to want to fight him after that performance.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one after watching that.
I don't know. My teammate Logan, he might be willing to, go in there and throw some punches.
Logan Taylor, Talon Carvalho, sign me up.
That's a great fight right there. Ooh.
All right, one belt down, one more to go. With that, we'll bring him out with Jackson Hoops.
Fierce fans, our last title fight of the evening and final fight of the preliminary card is sponsored by Rush Hydro. As fellow high-performance athletes, they intimately understand the demands your body faces during intense workouts. At Rush Hydro, they bottle the essence of resilience and determination. Feel the exhilaration of optimal electrolyte balance and unmatched bioavailability tailored for champions who refuse to settle for anything less. Elevate your performance with elite hydration. Revitalize, rebound, and recharge with Rush Hydro. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome the challenger, Mark Gonzalez, and then the champion, Lauren Sua, to the cage.
All right, a chance to capture a championship. Here is Mark Gonzalez. Jason, a staple in the state in regards to heavyweights. Been on the short side of title fights before, but a fresh slate to make his mark here tonight in the Fierce debut.
A lot of experience, trains out of a tough gym, a one-hit MMA up in Layton, Utah. He's ready for this title fight tonight.
And David, I think it's safe to say you can expect brute strength paired with swift speed, not to mention he's a gifted grappler as well.
Oh, 100%. This guy is blue-collared fighting right here. He is a really powerful striker as well as amazing wrestling. One thing that will really help him is if he can be around or behind his opponent versus going under, because he's so big, he can get behind him and knock him out.
Jason, he held a 4-fight unbeaten streak from September of 2021 to November of 2022. The only losses that he's had in that 5-2 record that you see on your screen has been in title fights.
Yeah, no, not short of experience as Mark Gonzalez. He's got a ton of experience. He's been in title fights before. He's coming in well prepared tonight.
Great deal of dexterity as well for the heavyweight, considering the size, but excited to see what he can showcase here tonight. Also, David, been a busy body. His third combat walk, 2 MMA as well as a kickboxing bout already this year.
Yeah, he can kind of do it all. Sometimes he'll wrestle, sometimes he'll throw even head kicks at his size and his weight. Very, very impressive flexibility in striking.
From 6 years to 6 months, back to defend the belt is the incumbent Lauren Sua. David, a downhill battle for the better part of 5 rounds last time out to take home the title. Now a target on his back as he meets up with Mark in a matter of moments.
He is very, very impressive. He actually reminds me of like a Cyril Gane or a Ben Moa, he's really smooth with his striking. I think this is going to be a really good matchup for him.
Jason, in the scouting report, he sticks and moves like someone significantly lighter than the number on his scale of 256 pounds last night. He went for almost the full 15 minutes last time out with no indication of exhaust.
Yeah, David nailed it. He reminds me a lot of Ben Moa with the way his striking is. He keeps the distance. He throws a smooth jab. He's one of the best strikers in the state. You just haven't seen much of him because of the long layoff, but don't blink with this guy. He can throw hands.
All right, let's go ahead and pull out those intangibles with our tale of the tape presented by Prime Labs for this amateur heavyweight title bout between Lauren Sua and Mark Gonzalez. Gonzalez, the older man by 3 years. The 2-inch height advantage will fly by way of Sua. Sua tipping the scales yesterday at 256 pounds. Mark Gonzalez well under the heavyweight rim at 261.5. Sua with a record of 3-1. Mark Gonzalez a little bit longer in the tooth in terms of the experience with a record of 5-2. And Jason, when talking about it, he finished the fight with just 3 seconds left back in February versus Luke Salgunga.
Yeah, and he looked impressive that fight. He was landing that jab all night long.
Consistent distribution of offense for the incumbent to be expected as we lay out to wait for the introductions with our man, Jackson Hoops.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Rush Hydro, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. This fight is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds for the Fierce Fighting Championship Amateur Heavyweight title. Introducing the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 5 wins and 2 losses. He stands 6 feet tall and weighed in at 261.5 pounds. Fighting out of One Hit MMA, hailing from Layton, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for the Kung Fu Panda, Mark Gonzalez. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 3 wins and 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed in at 256 pounds. Fighting out of Fight City SLC, hailing from Waipahu, Hawaii. Fierce fans, make some noise for the reigning, defending, undisputed champion, Lauren Mama's Boy Sua.
Okay, it's Utah amateur title fight, okay? Listen, obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times, or I will stop the fight. You guys have any questions? Touch gloves if you want.
Fierce FC heavyweight champion Lauren Sua looks to defend while sporting the red gloves. Challenging is Mark Gonzalez, strapped up in the blue gloves. This amateur heavyweight title bout is brought to you by Rush Hydro. Revitalize, rebound, and recharge with Rush Hydro, the official recovery drink of Fierce FC.
Mark Gonzalez says no glove touch.
Ooh, I got goosebumps for this one.
I did
Heavyweights.
too. Mark, all business tonight.
Notice the lateral movement. Sua's already putting in. He's faking. He almost looks like a city kickboxer from New Zealand. Really smooth.
Oh!
Oh, wow!
Straight into the action, and Mark Gonzalez is headed home with a belt. Guys, I didn't see it.
I did not see. I think it was like a stiff jab.
It was a power punch.
It was a
Yeah,
power
you'll see
shot.
it.
Just dropped Sua. I think Mark Gonzalez is shocked.
Whoa, one and done.
Everybody in the audience is shocked. Wow.
First strike finishes the fight. Mark Gonzalez is the new Fierce FC amateur heavyweight champion.
I don't even think Mark knows what's going on.
He's like in shock.
He's wow.
How you feeling, Mark?
And new.
What a shot that was. We're going to get the replay up right now, presented by Bet Openly. Jason, go ahead and stick around for us for just a second. David, I'll give it over to you, though.
This was just one hook. He came in, timed it perfectly. I mean, it was almost like Conor McGregor versus Jose Aldo, just perfectly timed, and it's gone.
It's just a perfectly timed check hook, and it just dropped Sua. That power in Mark Gonzalez's hands, unreal, unreal.
The decibels went up as Sua landed on the canvas. Mark Gonzalez with style points in Salt Lake City.
He went completely limp. One thing that I noticed when I was watching Lauren in his previous fights is he keeps his chin kind of up. It really played a pivotal moment in this fight.
Yeah, beautiful counter-striking from Mark Gonzalez.
All right, with that, about to hear and new from the man Jackson Hoops. We'll kick it inside to him.
Contest at 36 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by knockout and new undisputed heavyweight champion, the Kung Fu Panda, Mark Gonzalez.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner and new Fierce FC heavyweight champion, Mark Gonzalez. Mark, that was a quick performance tonight, man. You told us before I walked in the cage that you feel like $1 million. What's going through your mind right now, man?
$1 million, man. No,
what?
Honestly, I'm just glad it's over right now. I'm ready to go eat some tacos.
What? You landed a beautiful check hook there. Was there something in the camp? Was there something that you saw in his previous fights that you saw that left that opening for that check hook there?
For that, no. It was just, I watched his film when he fought Big Fiji last February, and I knew he had quick, heavy hands. He had a gas tank too, went to the 5th round. So I focused more so on just read and react, and if something's there, throw it. And I don't remember throwing the hook, but I guess I did.
Well, it caught a lot of us off guard. I'm going to turn around and take a look at this shot right here, if you can walk me through it real quick.
Yeah, so I knew he was going to try to come in, put some pressure on me, and try to keep him towards my end of the cage. And like I said, I just read and react.
Anybody you want to give a shout out to tonight?
Yeah, first and foremost, couldn't have done this without my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I want to give a huge shout out to my wife, because she has been through hell this entire year. This is my 3rd fight of the year, last fight for the year. I love you, babe. Somewhere over there in the darkness. I want to give a shout out to my sponsors, Rush Hydro, Elevate Super Water. I appreciate you all so much. Give a huge shout out to the best coach, period, in the state, period, Aldo Arasia. Thank you, coach. I love you. And the best teammates at One Hit MMA. I think that's it, really.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner and new Fierce FC heavyweight champion, the Kung Fu Panda, Mark Gonzalez.
Fierce fans, we're gonna jump into an intermission right now. We will have Glow Pop coming in just in a moment after the photos are taken. Glow Pop, you are welcome to come in here. They're gonna toss out some swag. Be sure to hit up the Fierce booth up there for your swag for Fierce Fighting Championship. We will come back here shortly for that main card. I'm just gonna take this.
All right, that closes up shop on the prelim portion, but the best is yet to come as 14 fighters wait in the wings for what assures to be an action-packed professional main card. For now, you can learn a little bit more about every fighter making the walk with this segment from the Damage Plan MMA podcast. This is Fierce Fighting Championship 33, presented by Bet Openly.
Fierce fans, we are moments away from that main card with those professional fighters. But we have 3 professional fighters to bring into the cage to speak to you this evening before we start that main card. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. The screen did have that QR code up there, but be sure to scan the BKFC QR code for a discount on your tickets to the upcoming BKFC event. It does say September 16th up there, but it is September 6th. You don't want to miss this event, as 3 of our very own Fierce Fighting Championship fighters, Trevor Bradshaw, Dominico Mad Dog Salas, and Lehigh Soldado Dominguez are all on that Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship card, September 6th. Let's turn the mic over first to Trevor Bradshaw and give a shout out to the crowd here.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Yo, September 6th, gonna be a bloodbath here in Salt Lake City. I'm excited to step back in there for the second time to share the square circle with some local peers of mine. So make sure to get your tickets. Tune in to get them from me, Dominic Salas, or Lehigh. So thank you.
How's everyone doing tonight? Hey, it's been over a year since I last fought. Everyone knows, well, for the most part, I retired last year from MMA due to a foot injury, but Soldado is back. September 6th, hit us up for tickets. I'm moving up to my 4th weight class, 185. It's time to let these hands go, baby.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dominico here. Just to let you know, we're doing BKFC September 6th. Get your tickets from me, my man Lehigh, man, the knockout artist right there, Trevor Bradshaw. If anyone knows about anything, me and Bradshaw been in here. So you know it's gonna be a war when any of us show up. So make sure you buy your tickets. More importantly, thank you all for coming out and supporting us. We really appreciate the love and support. Us fighters, it's a hard job, but someone got to do it, and we love putting on shows for you guys. So make sure you come out, you show out. Shout out to Fierce Fighting Championship for letting us do this. Shout out to Glow Pop. Shout out to Addy Daddy. Shout out to Sugar Splash. I mean, there's so many people to thank. FST Filtration. We got it, baby. See you guys on the 6th. Woo!
Fierce fans, make some noise one more time for Trevor Bradshaw, Lehigh Soldado Dominguez, and the one who does it better on the mic than anybody, Dominico Mad Dog Salas. We are going to start this main card off. Everybody tuning into the pay-per-view and everybody here inside the Maverick Center, put your hands together and make some noise. We'll start this card off with our first professional fight of the evening. This fight is sponsored by One Mobile Metro by T-Mobile. With affordable plans for a wide range of no-contract phones, the price you see is the price you pay. No credit checks, no contracts, no exploding bills, and no surprises when you shop with One Mobile Metro by T-Mobile. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome TJ Kohler and then Chris Chu to the cage.
First time in Utah for Portland, Oregon's TJ Kohler. Jason, just one fight in 6 years, but strung together 11 straight back in the day. Just takes one to get back on track.
Yeah, a little unknown with TJ tonight. We don't really know what to expect having that much of a layoff. So I'm really curious to see what he'll bring into the cage tonight.
Yeah, and we said that David Kim was going to be only doing those 2 fights. He's going to stick around for a pair more. Chris Chu, TJ Kohler, as well as Eric Tier and Andrew Mickelson. So talking a little bit more about TJ Kohler, David, he accumulated 3 championship belts at middleweight and light heavyweight. We'll see if he can resurface those winning ways here tonight.
Yeah, one of the amazing things about being a regional MMA fighter is you fight people from different regions, and especially Fierce Fighting Championship has a really good reputation for having amazing fighters on their cards. People want to come from all over the country to fight for us.
And Jason, I don't know if you remember this, but he was slated to fight Marco Sanchez last October, but Marco had to pull out due to an injury.
Yeah, he's He looks good for 205. He's a big dude.
8-0 amateur record from 2012 to 2015 is TJ Kohler making his Utah debut. Back after a successful pro debut is Chris Chu. David, it took a takedown and under 3 minutes to pocket his first win as a professional. Now, another experience gap in front of him with TJ Kohler.
Oh yeah, Chris Chu, he's my Asian brother from another mother. It's very interesting. He's fighting out of Maury this time around.
Jason, this is kind of insane. I actually just found this out a couple of days ago. This is his 8th walk considering his amateur and professional career. The first time with his family here in the stands. This is the first time they have known that he is fighting without finding out from Fierce Fighting Championship social media or some other thing on the internet.
I kind of want to interview them to see what their thoughts are on this.
I mean, I am half Korean, so I guess I can say this, but sometimes, culturally speaking, you never know what your parents want. I got offered $5,000 not to take my first fight by my parents, and I turned it down. So sometimes, when you're fighting and your parents don't want you to do it, you just got to figure it out.
All right, let's go ahead and see what flies off the film between these two at 205. Chris Chu, TJ Kohler to kick off the main card. Kohler is the older man by 4 years at 34 years of age, identical in height. Also, Chris Chu weighing in right at 205. Kohler 2 pounds under at 203. Chris Chu with a record of 1-0. TJ Kohler a little bit more experience on his side with a record of 3-3. With fighter intros, here's Hoops.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by One Mobile Metro by T-Mobile. This fight is a professional light heavyweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyestead. Introducing the first fighter fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 3 wins and 3 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing at 203 pounds, fighting out of Monster Fitness Striking, hailing from Portland, Oregon. Fierce fans, make some noise for TJ Kohler. And introducing his opponent fighting out of the red corner, holding an undefeated professional record of 1 win and 0 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing in at 205 pounds. Fighting out of Morey Training Center, hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Chris Chu.
Kicking off the main card is Chris Chu in the red gloves. On the other side is Portland, Oregon's TJ Kohler in the blue. This light heavyweight bout is brought to you by One Mobile Metro T-Mobile. Changing the game for good with no gotchas or gimmicks. One Mobile Metro by T-Mobile, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
Zero emotion from Chris Chu. That guy's got a poker face. Yeah, he's got a poker face.
Straight to the swinging we go.
And we know Chris Chu will bang with anyone.
Yeah.
TJ Kohler hasn't knocked an opponent out since May 7th of 2016, swinging for the fences here early.
Man, I need to get on Chris Chu's lifting plan. That dude's huge.
Nice kick checked by Kohler.
Kohler swinging with bad intentions there.
Chu doing the same. Down is Chu, right back up to it. So he looks to close the distance.
I want to see if Chris can use any of his wrestling or jiu-jitsu, especially training with Maury now. They do a lot of that stuff, so I'm hoping to see it.
Kohler stops him in his tracks, and Chris Chu, when you're talking about him, Jason, he possesses top-tier toughness, absorbs damage with ease, and trudges forward as he throws an overhand right.
Yeah, he's as tough as he's come. He ate like 4 or 5 shots, and he just ate a few more, and he just keeps trucking forward. There's zero quit in this guy.
He's just like the Korean Zombie, guys. Just moves forward.
Kohler's timing him nicely. Just landed a nice little check hook as Chu was coming in.
Ooh, good check.
Slapping leg kick right up to our ambient mic. Picks up nicely. Some stellar striking shown thus far by Kohler. Meeting Chu once again on the convergence.
Kohler kind of has that back and forth dance. He's moving, faking. Just really calm out there.
He looks really confident right now. He's landed some big shots. Got to be careful with a guy like Chris Chu.
Yeah.
As we've seen in our heavyweight fight, it only takes one shot.
Picking his shots is Kohler once again. Chu unable to get his offense going. We've typically seen him exceed in the grappling exchanges, but unable to do so thus far as he throws that one with the right hand.
I'd like to see him really tighten up his guard and kind of cut some angles. He's coming straight forward.
And TJ is hitting him with heavy shots.
Chu punches out. Kohler, no reaction. Again, with these being professional fights, all of these fights slated for 3 5-minute rounds here on this main card. Poised and patient still is TJ Kohler as well, Jason.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's looking to just counter Chris Chu as he's coming in, just like he did right there. He's thrown that check hook about 4 or 5 times tonight.
And no telegraph of what might be going on in the mind of Chris Chu, David.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to come forward, really, really calm on the other side, but yeah, hopefully he can get that grappling going.
Always quite stoic is Chris Chu. I mean, we've seen him in absolute wars opposite Andrew Mickelson. Never changes what he's looking at, what he's looking like with his face.
Yeah, he's fought multiple of my teammates at this point. Tyler, Andrew, he's a really, really tough opponent. Win or loss, like, he is a tough guy.
Andrew Mickelson is the only opponent that Chris Chu has lost to as an amateur or a pro.
Dude, they're swinging out there.
And TJ's like, I better keep those hands up now.
Yep.
TJ's probably wondering, how is this guy still standing? I mean, he's landed some heavy shots.
Yeah, he has a speed advantage for sure. He's kind of hitting him on the break every single time.
Kohler infiltrating through the middle of the guard of Chu. 45 seconds to work for both fighters.
Wow, that overhand right was big, but takes a lot of energy too.
And David, a lot of energy expenditure, but would you suggest maybe Chris Chu to shoot a takedown or something like that? We haven't seen a lot of that thus far, more so clinch work.
Well, I think the bigger problem is he's not cutting any angles. He's just coming straight in, whether it's striking or grappling. That's not a good idea if the guy's a better striker than you. Notice how he puts his hands down. One thing about that is it really helps you stay calm and keep your cardio up so you're not always stressing your shoulders out.
Big shots from TJ.
Chu continues to come forward. Final seconds here of round number 1. One-way traffic in favor of the fighter out of Portland, Oregon. Jason, your thoughts?
Yeah, pretty much dominant performance from TJ in the first round. He landed everything he wanted to land. Chris Chu did actually land some shots towards into that round, but all TJ in the first round.
Yeah, I think there was just far superior striking from TJ. Like, it just wasn't, nothing was happening for Chris in this round, but you never know. Hopefully he can take him down or do something to turn this fight around.
I'll be really curious to see how TJ handles this, because I'm gonna imagine that he hasn't faced a fighter like this that's ate that many shots and just keeps coming. How will his cardio hold up?
Especially with the elevation. If he's from Portland, he's fighting at sea level. That's something that we haven't really talked about on the broadcast thus far, but that can play a big role. I mean, he's looking a little tired right now. Didn't do a lot of energy, didn't go crazy or anything. He was very conservative, but yeah, the elevation's a factor.
And we know Chris Chu, there's zero quit. He's going to keep coming till the bell ends at the end of the third round.
Yeah, you got to knock him out or choke him out. That's the only way with Chris.
Which is nearly impossible.
I mean, that neck, choking that out? Yeah, no.
Chu takes the center of the cage as a potent jab is felt in favor of Kohler.
Chris is reaching a little bit too much. He needs to really tighten that guard and start cutting angles.
Crisp uppercut lands for the visiting fighter as Chris Chu initiates some grappling.
Pull it in. I want to see him pull it in. Oh, there we go. Turn the pike right there. Head outside single, kind of like what DC does or Habib, those type of people.
We saw a lot of it from Austin Taylor as well early on, Jason.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we did. He's got his hands clasped there.
He's got to bump him. There we go.
Into his wheelhouse we go for the first time. Chris Chu able to land a takedown. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to work with him near side of his corner.
We'll see how TJ's grappling is. I'm sure he's pretty experienced, but we'll have to see because Chris is a big boy.
Yeah, Chris is a big, solid dude. He's going to try to rain down some heavy shots.
One submission win as a professional for TJ Kohler. It was his last win, October 8th of 2016. Doesn't necessarily attribute all of the grappling accolades, but something of note.
Okay. You can see he's trying to pin the arm with his left arm he's using to pin it back so he can open up that right side and throw those strikes.
TJ trying to slip out the back door there, but Chu's doing a good job of controlling the hips.
Passing the guard. Now we're into half guard. Okay, he's pinning that arm. Okay, let's see if he can get it.
Chu's lone win was by a submission back in April.
Chu staying heavy.
Quick work of Jesse Salmon to get the win over at the UCCU Center, his second walk of 2024.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of progression of Chris's jiu-jitsu, obviously training with a more jiu-jitsu-centric gym now. Hopefully he can pass this guard and do some work, and Tyler can get out, or TJ can get out. My apologies.
Curious to see how long Dave lets this stay in this position. He's been pretty quick about breaking these positions up when they're stalling. Chris is going to need to do something to try to break that grip.
David, you did mention Maury Training Academy, currently 3-0 under the Fierce banner this year, the most successful Utah gym with a minimum of 3 fights.
Oh, they're phenomenal. I mean, obviously having Amy Campo, who is an Abu Dhabi world champion. She's basically the best female grappler on earth. They are a very tough gym. Every single time I watch them fight, watch them at jiu-jitsu tournaments, they are a force to be reckoned with. And, you know, he's very lucky to be training at a gym like that.
I'd like to see Chu do some damage here in this position. He's been here for about a minute, controlling nice in the side control here. I'd like to see him rain down some elbows.
Yeah, he's got to pull him off that cage and not let him kick up and kind of get that weird side control where you're pushing away from the person and not able to really throw anything because you're holding him down. Could be going for buggy or something crazy.
Chris accumulating control time. Also a little bit of a cut on the left eye of Kohler. He came to weigh-ins yesterday with that. Seems to be something that he might have suffered during camp.
Chu looking like he's trying to step over into mount here.
Yeah, watch him push that leg down. He's going to swing over if he can. Okay, now he's just going with the underhook, and he's back to half guard, just turking that leg.
Working on that opposite side.
Oh, you can hear those. Even from the bottom, TJ can hit.
Thudding shots for the 34-year-old. Under 90 seconds here in round 2 of a possible 3.
You know, Chris just barely, he threw a big elbow. He can keep doing that, you know, as a pro. Obviously, you don't train that as much in your amateur career, but he could really use kind of some of those other tools that he hasn't been able to use before.
And now he's right into mount now.
Right into mount.
Position before submission, right? Is that what they say, David?
Oh, yeah. Let's see what happens.
Not a good spot for TJ Kohler to be in with a guy like Chris Chu.
I've been in this position, and it's one of the most frustrating things because they're holding on for dear life. Honestly, if he just put his hand right on his face and pushed and framed, he could probably get him off, and that's what he's doing right here.
I think he's listening to you.
Straight shot. Not that I want Chris to win. I mean, he's just Asian like me, you know, so no biggie.
"35 seconds left in round number 2. Chu not garnering a lot of offense, more so.
Yeah, just some control time here. I don't know if he's trying to search for a submission. He's running low on time.
You got the arm triangle. See it.
Might be a little too late in the round for that.
Shoot. Lost it.
Couple of elbows like David Kim was suggesting too.
Yeah, this is what I like to see from him. Like, do some damage. Clearly has this round in the bag.
See how he's pinning the arm? Okay, Let's see if he can get it. 10 seconds left. Throw some ground and pound down.
Plenty of time on top for Chris Chu. Looks like we're split at 1 round apiece, guys.
Yeah.
And TJ looks exhausted getting up off the canvas here.
I'm telling you, that elevation plus the grappling, it's a really bad mix if you want your lungs to be happy.
And Chris Chu is not going. Yeah, TJ can barely sit on the stool right there.
He's
he
struggling.
is exhausted.
He's struggling. He looks like he's going to throw up, honestly. Oh, yeah, you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Eyes rolling back. Chris is looking calm. I mean, he's always calm, I guess. So
hunched over is Kohler. Not the greatest visual on his side. as we head into the final frame of this fight. On the other side, we've got Chris Chu, who seems to be a little bit fresher, not necessarily springing his step, but not hunched over like his opposition.
Yeah, Chris has the gas tank. He's going to keep coming forward. He's going to press. TJ's going to have his hands full in this third round because Chris Chu's going to be coming.
TJ really needs to keep this standing, honestly, if he wants to win, because he was hitting him real hard in the first round. It will also help with his cardio, is my guess, because having that big of a dude on you is really tough.
If I'm Chris, I'm going right for that takedown again and try to get on top and just dominate this third round. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Oh, gosh, he's going straight forward.
And the strength. He just pushed Tyler right up against the cage.
I mean, he almost looks like a sumo wrestler. He's just pushing that dude. Okay, Buck has the body lock. Let's see if he can rotate and do some damage right here.
Chris Chu officially 2 for 2 on takedowns as a professional. He was 1 for 1 in his pro debut. In this one, he's 1 for 1 thus far. That one in the second round. See if he could potentially get another one here early round 3.
Holding onto that body lock, he can pull him off of the cage and kind of do some stuff there. Ooh, good reversal. Wow. Got that hook.
Kohler makes his presence felt.
Oh, he's using that underhook.
How much energy is TJ using right now?
And Chris, honestly.
Yeah.
Coming all the way up. Head outside single. Let's see if he can turn and pull.
And the difference in this round is TJ got the takedown, but Chu was able to get up quickly, where TJ, now he's on the bottom. Let's see if he can do the same thing.
Yeah, there's definitely a level of elevation factor in grappling. It makes it really tough. Even when you get a position, you use that big power push. Sometimes you just lose it, and you're back to square one.
Stifling grappling stays the trend here in this light heavyweight bout. 3.5 minutes to work. Chris Chu able to scramble out, get back on top. Now Kohler with a closed guard as Chu garners some offense from the top.
Good frames from Chris. Notice how he's framing with his left arm, and he's using that to hit him. And we might get a stoppage here if he can't defend himself.
I'm sure his corner said, hey, when you get on top this round, let's do some damage, and he's doing exactly that.
Dave Selustad giving it a good look as well. Going to split them up and go back to standing.
Interesting.
David, your thoughts?
I mean, I felt like he was doing a lot of damage, and oh, look at that cut.
Large gash right over the right eye of Chris Chu.
Yeah, Chris is just going straight for the takedown here.
Smart move. TJ doing everything he can to try to keep this fight standing.
Yep.
Visual's not there yet. It's just coming into your screen right there as we see some blood draining from that right eye. It's the top eyelid.
Yeah, I didn't see where that came from.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Chris Chu has been bloodied and battered before, has disturbed his vision in the past, but has still continued to come forward as he's still in control of this one in the front headlock position with 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
I would be careful if I were TJ. He might get kneed in the face here. You know, as an amateur, you can kind of play this game and be okay, but he might get kneed real quick if he keeps that head down. Okay, back to over-under. Chris is going a lot for that body lock. It's very, very impressive because he has such strength, but we'll see if he can hold on.
Kohler, the aggressor in this exchange, as Chris Chu looks to circle out.
He's swinging.
Nice uppercut by Chu. Leads Kohler to dipping the head a little bit.
Wow, he just gave that up. Something's wrong.
Yeah, he's exhausted. I don't think TJ has anything left.
Yeah, what just happened?
Kohler was talking to his corner for just a second. Now Dave Selustad separates them once again.
He's out of it. He's out of it.
Yeah. They might need to stop this fight.
Back into the action they go.
Oh, shoot.
TJ can't even stand right now. Big shots from Chris Chu now. Elevation playing a factor here in Salt Lake City tonight.
Yes, sir. There's a reason a lot of Olympic athletes train out here and in Colorado Springs.
Great comeback for Chris Chu. Pretty much dominated in that first round, and he comes back, clearly wins the second round, and if I had to judge it, I'd probably give him the third round so far.
Yep.
Kohler answers back.
Swinging. Oh.
Chu cleanly connects on a wobbly foundation is Kohler.
Man, if I were Chris, I might just pull back and start throwing. He has 30 seconds left to finish this fight.
Dave's gonna separate him again.
Controlling the hands is Chu. Already been separated twice this round.
Going for the single leg again.
I feel like Chris, when he gets in these positions, he's attempting takedowns. He's going for things. He's a little more methodical with him.
Very active, though. He isn't just sitting there.
Well, with that, 15 minutes up, 15 minutes down, Chris Chu seems to have secured the scorecards. Jason, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Phenomenal comeback win if he does get the nod here for Chris Chu.
Definitely 2-1, 29-28.
I'm being told that we do have the hit that caused the cut on Chris Chu's eyelid. No, it's not that one. It is a different one. But we do have one of the specific hits that kind of kick-started some of the offense. We'll get that pulled up in just a moment.
Gosh,
but
TJ
TJ
still
Kohler
moving around. They need to get him a seat or something. Where's his corner? Go get him a stool.
His corner's like, nah, let him stand. He's fine.
I can't believe he turned all the way around. That was crazy. I had no idea what was going on there, if he was talking to his corner, telling him to get out. That was fun.
Chris Chu still in his corner. Getting checked out by May Sellers. That right eyelid just seeping blood, but David, it didn't seem to do much damage to him in terms of the final couple minutes of that third round.
We're still confused where that cut came from, but he did a phenomenal job just pushing through it. Like we were saying during the entire card, or the entire fight, oh boy, TJ's going down. Let's see if he's just exhausted.
TJ Kohler seems to be exhausted. Looks like he was about to pass out almost.
Yeah. And he's obviously an experienced guy. Like, this obviously isn't his first pro fight, so there's definitely something to be said for the elevation. And Chris's, ability to grapple, put the wear and tear on him.
And not go away with that entire first round being all TJ.
Yeah. So I'm not going to lie. I've never actually met Chris Chu. Oh, shoot.
Jason Laporte just came over to us, saying that he can't get up. We're not going to keep the visual on him. We'll go over to Chris Chu, who it seems like he will be handed his second professional win.
Yeah, I think he's going to be the winner of this, but I've never actually personally met him. I'm honestly too scared to meet him because he's such a big guy, but he seems very nice. I'll have to talk to him after this fight because that was a very impressive performance, just very gritty, really worked the pace and pushed him. As I was talking during the commentary, I was saying that he kept pushing forward, and yes, he did get hit a lot, but it worked for him. Very impressive.
Gas tank seems to be on fumes, but we will make it official. Inside, we go to hoops.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 29-28 for declaring the winner by unanimous decision. Out of the red corner, Chris Chu!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here with your winner, Chris Chu. Chris, looked like after that first round, you were down a round, you came back, you got the takedown, dominated round 2 and 3. How you feeling tonight, man?
Tired. He was tougher than expected, but just had to rely on my wrestling.
So I hear tonight's kind of a special night for you. I hear you got some family in the house tonight.
Yeah, this is actually the first time I told them I was fighting. So they came out here for the first time, so I wasn't going to lose.
I think you're going to have to get them out here every time now. This seems like they're your good luck charm. Anybody you want to give thanks to tonight?
My coaches, Eddie, Ernie, Ryder, Amy, and all my training partners at Maury helped me a lot for my preparation.
Congratulations. Once again, Chris Chu, always a pleasure having you in the cage. Give it up for your winner, Chris Chu.
Friday, September 6th, the world's most exciting combat sport, bare Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is back at the Maverick Center with another night of amazing bare knuckle fights. In the main event, world champion Christine Misfit Faria, one of the most feared women in combat sports, puts her title on the line against the #1 contender who doesn't know the meaning of fear, Jade Massamoir. Plus 11 other savage bare knuckle fights. Avoid the sellout. Grab your tickets now at bkfc.com.
Here we go. Fierce fans, make some noise for our Dr. Peter Anderson taking care of the fighters. He's back. We are back. Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening. It is sponsored by Performance Honda Bountiful. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Eric Tier and then Andrew Mickelson to the cage.
Sometimes you just got to let it breathe, see what happens. Fresh off the first finish and looking to build on it, here is Eric Tier. Jason, a short stint in Muay Thai led him to getting his hand raised in April. Could be a component to building his confidence with another tough test in front of him.
Eric Tier has all the confidence tonight. He's been talking a little smack throughout the week. He's ready to come here and upset Andrew Mickelson tonight.
Hey, you'd be amazed what confidence can do. So confidence is key. He might be able to get the win, and, you know, it's fighting, so he has a puncher's chance.
David, in regard to Tier, no amateur MMA career on paper, but did spend 6 years in Thailand training all over the country, tallied with some bouts under the books, it seems like, as well.
I mean, you know, there's things bigger than wins and losses. You know, being able to go on that vision quest and kind of fulfill your destiny as a fighter and see where you're coming from. Yeah, he might be able to do some amazing things.
Jason, I was chatting with him. He told me that he looks to someday open up a gym that doesn't necessarily focus on the X's and O's of fighting, but more so the natural movement of it. Very interesting. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I'm very interested. I'd like to see when it happens and what it's all about. He's full of energy. He's in the moment. He's enjoying the moment. And when that cage door closes, as David said, everybody's got a chance.
Yeah, and, you know, the natural movement thing might seem silly, but you never know. Budokan.
Well, he's been a familiar face for Fierce. Back to build up the resume is Andrew Mickelson. Jason, he continues to carve his name amongst the prime prospects of the West Coast.
He is one of those blue-chip prospects that we talk about. He's powerful. He's a college athlete. He's quick. He's fast. He's got wrestling. He's got jiu-jitsu. He's got striking. This guy's the whole package.
David, a possessor of scarce strength when we remember the head and arm that he had last time out versus Trevin Jackson.
I mean, I don't know if you guys saw it. It wasn't even correctly done. But he is so strong, it just worked anyways. Being Pat McAfee's favorite fighter, this guy can throw down.
Jason, 4-0 when fighting in the Maverick Center. This place seems to be magic for him.
Yeah, you heard the pop when he walked out there. He was all smiles in the back. He's ready to go. He looks calm, cool, and collected tonight.
6-fight unbeaten streak for the fighter out of Agima. 5 of those 6 have been by finish over the last 2 years. With that, let's go ahead and pull up that tail of the tape between Andrew Mickelson and Eric Tier. Largest age discrepancy on this card in favor of Mickelson. Eric Tier, 11-year senior at 42 years of age. Also, the height advantage flies by way of the fighter out of Montana. Andrew Mickelson tipping the scales yesterday at 184.5 pounds. Eric Tier answering the scale at 185 flat. Mickelson with a record of 1-0. Tier with a record of 0-6. With that, first time in a while, let's kick it back inside to Jackson Hoops.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Performance Honda Bountiful. This fight is a professional middleweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 0 wins and 6 losses. He stands 6 feet, 2 inches tall and weighing in at 185 pounds, fighting as an independent fighter, hailing from Bozeman, Montana. Fierce fans, make some noise for Eric Lizardman Tier. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an undefeated professional record of 1 win and 0 losses. He stands 6 feet tall and weighed in at 184 1/2 pounds, fighting out of Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Orem, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Andrew Mickelson.
Unbeaten pro Andrew Mickelson in the red gloves all the way from Montana is Eric Tier, fitted in the blue. This middleweight bout is brought to you by Performance Honda Bountiful, the fastest growing Honda dealership in the state of Utah, with a commitment to making your car shopping experience fun, easy, and financially advantageous. Performance Honda Bountiful, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
Hey, I know that place.
Been seen on a couple of commercials throughout the broadcast as well.
I should be getting paid for that.
Andrew looks so calm. Look at that.
Yeah, he looks extremely calm. I really like this weight class for Andrew Mickelson as well. I know he's fought at 170 before, but he looks really good at 185.
His best performances have been at this weight class, the ones that have filled the seats for many other fights. Andrew Mickelson certainly building his name over the last couple of years as Eric Tier trading a couple kicks with the former amateur middleweight champion.
Just the finesse he has. Oh, wow. You can see that BYU kicker right there.
Mickelson pushes back Tier, answering back swiftly is the fighter in the pink shorts.
So composed. Very impressed with Eric, though. He's pushing the pace.
Tier been finished in all 6 of his MMA losses. However, again, coming off of that win in a Muay Thai bout just a few months back. Another leg kick invested for the fighter out of Agima.
And to think Andrew beat Chu that we just saw at 205, that's crazy.
And that was a war.
Yeah.
Mickelson's back was against the wall a little bit in that one back in July of 2023. Able to garner up his offense later on in the fight and come away with the W. One of many along this string of wins over the past couple of years.
Oh, we got a cut or some blood.
Don't see anything coming down. It looks like a piece of hair, however, on the right forehead that seems to be bothering him a little bit as Tier pushes him back with a punch.
Well, it looks like he just hurt his hand. He looked down at his hand. Oh, he's still throwing it, though.
Those calf kicks are adding up right now. That leg, he's stepping gingerly on that lead leg.
That's a D1 leg right there.
Thudding kicks, compromising the visiting fighter.
What a body shot.
Yeah. Ooh.
Stellar head movement by the local fighter as well. Gets a pop from the Salt Lake crowd and a batting shot to the leg once again. Compromises Tier a little bit more.
You can already see the redness on his, on his calf right there.
Still moving well though, Jason.
Yeah, he's moving well, and he just got caught with a flurry of punches from Andrew Mickelson. The speed advantage is clearly in the younger Mickelson.
Oh, wow.
And he's doing damage to that lead leg.
Thudding shot once again invested. Seems to be loading up more damage with each thrown kick.
The most impressive part about Andrew is he's not going out there to go crazy. He's really patient and composed. He knows exactly what his game plan is, and let's hit the calf and throw some punches upstairs.
And we've already seen a stance switch from Tier.
Jason still coming forward, though, not by any means bowing out of this one, conceding any sort of position as a combination connects.
What the?
Just stop the fight at this point.
Out cold, and Andrew Mickelson keeps the streak alive, unstoppable in the Maverick Center.
If he dies, he dies.
Andrew showed some mercy there, but it happened. It just happened. He tried to stop. He wasn't going to. He tried to walk off, and the ref said no, and so he had to finish him.
Yeah. Seemed like it was going to be a walk-off, but Eric Tier back up to his feet at least. Tyler Tomlinson and Andrew Mickelson chatting a little bit as well.
But
the Maverick Center is his. Continues to be the standard here in the state of Utah, and the stock is as high as ever for the fighter out of Agima.
And you hear his Johnny Cash come on. This guy is straight cowboy, man. He's a tough dude. He was telling me earlier last week that his first job was baling hay, at the horse place, and yeah, he's a tough guy.
He's not even breaking a sweat in there.
Let's look at this replay real quick. I mean, look at those hands. And Andrew did a fantastic job of covering up, and he would just throw. He would cover, and then he would swing those hooks back and forth. It was a very, very impressive win.
Great conversation between the two. Seems to be in good spirits is Eric Tier, but let's go ahead and make it official right now with Jackson Hoops.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes 46 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by TKO due to strikes, Andrew Mickelson!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here with your winner, Andrew Mickelson. Andrew, back in the winning circle again. You're 2-0 now as a pro. Talk to me a little about you come in here, you fight a guy that's 0-6. Was there anything that stood out for you? Were you worried at any point in this fight? What was the preparation like for a guy like this?
Hey, 0-6 or 6-0, he's got 2 arms and 2 legs, I think. And anyone that has the cojones to get in here and do this is a dangerous man in my book. So I want to say, crowd, give a huge round of applause to Eric Tier right now. Give him some love. I went through 6 opponents this training camp. I wasn't originally scheduled to fight Eric. I went through 6 different guys that all, for whatever reason, just didn't show up here tonight. And on 11 days' notice, Eric Tier stepped up and said, I'm down to take the fight. So I wouldn't even be here tonight if it weren't for Eric. So give Eric his props.
Yeah, phenomenal performance. Your striking was on point tonight. What's next for you, man?
Next is back to the drawing board. We'll see when we're back in here.
We'll have to put Zach to work to find you a fight that actually comes through.
Yeah, for sure.
Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Of course. You guys know the drill. First shout out always goes to my wife. I can't be in here if she doesn't give me the green light, even if she doesn't want to. She's a good sport about it. So thank you, babe. I love you. My coaches and all my teammates at Agima, Dane, Court, Cole Schaefer was my main sparring partner this camp. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Cole. Cole's getting ready for a fight. I'll tune in and watch Cole dominate in a couple weeks. And I want to thank my sponsors. I love caffeine and I love chocolate milk. So we got Spilt hooking it up. We got Built Bar. We've got Hydro Jug. We've got Woodley Real Estate. We got the McAfee Show. And, the beverage of choice for me and my entire family. We're on that all day, every day. Relight Hydration. And some more, but I don't remember them, so we'll go with that.
Congratulations again on a phenomenal performance. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Mr. Andrew Mickelson.
Emin Garcia is the undisputed king of the lightweights.
This kid is a problem.
I want to get back here soon. I want to stay active. There's a couple events in the summer. I want to get me in there because
for Emin Garcia!
Back with a bang! It's Brendan Myers! A second straight submission for Dante Morales. He's going to move to 2-0.
I'm back, baby!
if you came to watch me lose, go cry about it on your way home.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for a 20% discount on tickets to BKFC 65 coming to Salt Lake City on September 6th. Jason, we talked about it earlier, Fierce Fighting Championship talent on this card. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, this is a really exciting. Anytime you got Dominico Salas, Trevor Bradshaw, Lehigh Dominguez, you got some bangers coming in there.
David, they start from 3 feet away. Coming into last year, I didn't realize that. It was absolutely insane to watch.
Yeah, I actually went to the card here in Salt Lake, and honestly, I became a huge, huge fan. It's kind of like turning back the time and thinking of MMA back in the early 2000s and how grunge and crazy it was, and it's kind of the Wild West. BKFC is that right now, and it is so much fun to watch. Mike Perry versus Eddie Alvarez was an amazing fight.
All right, well, we've got two fighters at 150 pounds that go way back in the martial arts world. We're going to kick them back out here with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by Atlas Health and Life Insurance. Whether you're a fighter in the cage or someone who enjoys the thrills from the comfort of your couch, your health is the most valuable asset. With Atlas Health and Life Insurance, you get the comprehensive coverage you need to stay in the fight. From routine checkups to emergency care, they've got you covered. They offer flexible plans tailored to fit your lifestyle so you can focus on living your best life. If you're a healthy, self-employed individual or a small business owner, they can help you save big on your health insurance. Check out Atlas Health and Life Insurance in the program and reach out to them to save money today. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Tiago Algelon and then Roman Isbell to the cage.
Here for a good time, not a long time, enter the flashy finisher, Tiago Angelon. Jason, a black belt in jiu-jitsu who wastes no time at the sound of the bell. 2 minutes and 27 seconds of cage time as a professional.
Yeah, there's no secret what Tiago wants to do. He wants to get this fight to the mat, slap a submission on, and walk out of here with a victory.
David, he slaps on submissions like no one else. In 38 ticks on the ground last fight, he threw up an armbar to a heel hook to a toe hold, back to a heel hook to take home the W.
We've seen a lot of great jiu-jitsu today, but honestly, this guy is by far the best jiu-jitsu player that we're going to see tonight. He is very impressive when it comes to transitioning, piecing things together, and together, he really shows his Renzo Gracie black belt heritage.
And Jason, considering the grappling competency, he gets it to the ground with immediacy. 43 total seconds standing through his first two professional fights.
Yeah, he wastes no time. He's going to try to pull guard. He's going to do whatever he can to get that fight to the ground and look for a submission.
The jiu-jitsu black belt out of Renzo Gracie, Utah, looking to extend to 3-0 here tonight with Roman Isbell waiting in the wings.
Very intense.
A decade since his last dance, here is Roman Isbell. Jason, a cornerstone of talent coming out of Extreme Couture, but tonight turns back the clock to go from coach to competitor.
Yeah, don't sleep on Roman Isbell. He's one of those guys, he might be a manager, but he's always in there training with his guys. He's holding pads. He's getting rounds in with his guys. He's been around the block, and he's coming out of one of the best gyms in the country.
David, he has cornered hundreds of fights since 2014. We'll see if the coaching can translate into his own performance.
I really think it does. You know, one of the ways that you learn best is by seeing other people do it, by analyzing, by helping them out, teaching them, training them. And speaking of turning back the clock, this opening song is turning back the clock. Early 2000s, baby.
Jason, last win was nearly 11 years ago, August of 2013, a perfectly placed knee to knock out Jose Portocarrero.
Yeah, but once again, he's training out of Extreme Couture. I see him in the mats every day. I know those guys down there are getting him ready.
All right, let's go ahead and pull up that tail of the tape presented by Prime Labs for Roman Isbell and Tiago Angelon. Angelon, the older man by 5 years at 39 years of age. 1 inch taller is also the local fighter here. Tiago Angelon tipping the scales at 149.5 pounds. Isbell matches that. Tiago Angelon with a record of 2-0. Roman Isbell with a record of 2-2. With that, we'll kick it inside for fighter introductions with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Atlas Health and Life Insurance. This fight is a professional 150-pound catchweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyusted. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an undefeated professional record of 2 wins and 0 losses. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed in at 149.5 pounds. Fighting out of Renzo Gracie, Utah, hailing from Kaysville, Utah, by way of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Fierce fans, make some noise for Thiago No Mercy Angelon. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding a professional record of 2 wins and 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed in at 149.5 pounds. Fighting out of Extreme Couture, hailing from Las Vegas, Nevada. Fierce fans, make some noise for Roman, the babyface assassin, Isbell.
First rep in a decade for Roman Isbell in the red gloves. Thiago Angelon counters in the blue. This 150-pound catchweight bout is brought to you by Atlas Health and Life. Affordable insurance tailored to you. No one covers better for self-employed or small business owners than Atlas Health and Life, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
Hands down already.
Immediately jumping to his back is Angelon. Roman Isbell punishes him for it. Similar to what we saw last time out against Angelon.
You know, those leg kicks really hurt, but if you hit a heel or something weird, a knee, it can really damage your own leg too, so you got to be careful.
Roman Isbell, also a former wrestler over at Arizona State.
Go Forks.
Interested to see if any of those styles clash, considering the jiu-jitsu and wrestling pedigree of both.
Definitely is studied. He knows not to go down.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to go down the guard of Thiago.
And they let him back up.
Isbell able to catch the kick. A wild exchange as Angelon jumps to guard, but retreats. Wild in the exchange. Closing the distance is the fighter out of Renzo Gracie, and the inside trip is successful.
This is going to be interesting now.
Isbell did receive his purple belt last month out of Extreme Couture.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
The butterfly.
Just got to watch that arm.
Straight into the action still is Angelon, the 39-year-old, putting together some offense.
He is crazy, man. He was in guard and then pulled guard. That was nuts. Very impressive style.
Second walk of 2024 for Angelon. And again, both professional wins by first-round finish. A little bit of blood coming out of the nose of Isbell. Doesn't seem to be fazed by it whatsoever as Angelon triggers the head kick.
You know, Thiago can really wrestle. I've trained with him before. He is nasty everywhere. Top, bottom, inside and out, in between, no matter what.
Jason really putting his foot on the floor right now is Angelon.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of pressure on Roman right now. He's got that left arm locked up. I apologize about that. So far, Roman doing all the right things to not get taken down, but he keeps pressing forward.
This is a great matchup.
Already past the most amount of time Angelon has spent as a professional in the cage. 1 minute and 33 seconds was the original number. As Selyusted steps them back up once again, and Angelon finds himself back on his back.
Roman says, come on up.
Get up.
Thiago might be hurt. He looks a little winded. Something might be wrong. Oh, he's done. He verbally tapped.
Whoa.
Wow.
The fight is finished like that. Roman Isbell is headed back to Extreme Couture with a W.
I don't know if something happened, if he tweaked a knee or...
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, he's limping a little bit.
Clear-cut game plan for the Extreme Couture fighter. Going to get his first win since August of 2013. 3,738 days, David.
Wow. That's crazy. I mean, I've been alive that long, maybe. Maybe, I don't know.
I'm sure the Las Vegas faithful are down there going nuts at Extreme Couture for their man, Roman Isbell.
Man, I really need to go back and watch some of Roman's fights. He seems like an exciting guy. And let's see this
I've
replay.
seen one of his fights.
This replay is brought to you by Bet Openly.
Let's see what happens here. Oh, yeah. Maybe.
David, what are you seeing?
I mean, it's always difficult to tell in the grappling exchanges, but sometimes weird things happen. You can see he's kind of a little ginger right there, but ultimately it could have happened at any time, and he might have just realized it. Looks like it's his right knee. He's limping a little bit. So
where do you think the genesis of that was? Because it doesn't seem like it might have been there that initiated the pain that it kickstarted.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, especially when it's like an ACL or one of those ligaments, you have all that adrenaline from the fight, and they were going crazy at the start. The pace they put on to start was crazy, so maybe he just wasn't feeling it and then realized after, the ref told him to stand up that he couldn't do it.
Interesting way for this one to close, but all love between the two. We're going to make it official right now inside to the center. Here's Hoops.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Selya said it's called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes and 3 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by verbal tap out of the red corner, Roman, the baby face assassin Isbell.
Come on over here, Roman. Usually you're in the corner and I'm interviewing your fighters. Little role reversal, now you're in the cage. It's been a few years. Talk to me, man. How you feeling tonight?
I feel great. I trained really hard, obviously with the best fighters in the world. It's been a little over 10 and a half years since I've been in the cage, but I feel like I'm the best fighter I've ever been. Should have never stopped, and so we'll see where I go. I got guys like Dennis Davis and Ethan Goodwin in my corner. I can beat anybody. So.
Yeah, you look phenomenal in there. Your striking looked good. You were patient. You didn't take it you didn't want to go to the ground. I know he's a jiu-jitsu black belt, but you get the job done. Are we going to see you back?
Absolutely. I love Fierce Fighting Championship. Thank you so much for having me, guys. I know it's never fun to have some 34-year-old, 10-year out of the game guy come back, so I really appreciate the opportunity.
Any shout-outs you want to give?
Yes. First off, I'd like to say Extreme Couture and my family and all my training partners. There's tons of them out here today, all the way from Vegas, Flagstaff here in Utah as well. I appreciate you guys coming out. I want to thank Dennis at Piranha U and Extreme Couture, Prevail Marketplace, Contenders Clothing, Chaos Boxing all the way out in England, Carbones Canoles, Team Takeovers. Austin Clayton just got a first-round submission today at Peak FC. Brett Gold, if you guys are into meme coins, grab some Brett Gold. Blunt Transparency, thank you so much for all your support for all of my athletes, along with Fortis Mouthguards. And Meraki Medicinal. If you guys need anything to help you get better cognitively, hit up Meraki Medicinal.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Roman Isbell.
Scan the QR code on your screen. This one's the lineup. But if you do want to scan the QR code, it will be popping up momentarily for the digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. There it is. Always good to have the QR code up there to learn a little bit more. We fill these things out to make sure that we have statistics and all sorts of things so that the spectators can learn more. Whether it's your friend's opponent or your friend yourself, you might learn a little bit something new about them, as well as a ton of other really cool stuff. But Blake O'Rulian, back with Jason Laporte and David Kim. David, you seem like you're going to be sticking around. You told me you might leave a little bit early, but it seems like you're still here.
We'll see how long I can stay, how long I'm allowed to. So, yeah, I might have to go pick up a kid in a second, but we'll have to see.
Well, we absolutely love having you here. Orlando Sanders, Nino Henao. We have all been talking about this one as a potential fight of the night. We won't wait any longer. Inside, here's a hot microphone with Hoops.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Be sure to scan the BKFC QR code for a 20% discount on your tickets only tonight for the upcoming BKFC 65 event held right here in Salt Lake City, Utah on September 6th. You don't want to miss this event as 3 of our very own Fierce Fighting Championship fighters, Trevor Bradshaw, Domenico Mad Dog Salas, and Lehigh Soldado Dominguez are all on that Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship card September 6th. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Nino Henao and then Orlando Sanders to the cage.
One of the highest levels of stand-up Fierce has yet to witness. Enter Nino Henao. Jason, 5 of 6 wins by finish, all assisted by his striking, as electrifying as they come in terms of offensive output.
I love watching this kid fight. He brings it every time. He's just fast, lightning fast hands this kid has.
David, he can diversify the strikes with the best of them, evens out the landing spots, head, body, legs. He's calculated in all of it.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention that too. He is very well-rounded when it comes to the striking, but he is all power. Don't get it mixed. He can knock people out.
Nino Henao, 5 of his 6 wins have been by finish. If you include the amateur career, obviously 2-1 as a professional, but he also finds ways to finish guys, Jason.
Yeah, he looks for the finish. This fight, if I had to take this fight over under, I'm taking the under on this fight. These guys are going to stand and bang.
First fight for Nino Henao since August of 2023. Had a fight earlier on in the year. Unfortunately, it was scrapped due to an injury. But back and making the Fierce debut is the fighter out of 4-7 as he awaits Orlando Sanders. One half of a perfect pairing. Here is Orlando Sanders. Jason, never seen a third round, never been in a boring fight. That trend seems to stand considering the dance partner here tonight.
Yeah, this, like I mentioned earlier, this is going to be a striking stand-up fight. Orlando Sanders, smooth on his feet, great Muay Thai. Fights out of Extreme Couture. You just saw one of the guys from Extreme Couture get a big win in the last fight.
Yeah, remember that story I told about the guy who got mad at me at weigh-ins? I got the wrong guy. This was him. He is a scary dude, and he's ready to knock someone out tonight.
David, Orlando Sanders with 3 wins, all of them by submission. As for Nino Henao, his 2 wins are by knockout.
Oh, wow.
That all considered, I'm very curious of how the styles clash.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it sounds like he's a grappler, and so we'll have to see if he can take it to the ground or if he can get the submission from bottom. Yeah, we'll have to see.
All right, let's go ahead and pull out those intangibles presented by Prime Labs for this professional welterweight bout between Nino Henao and Orlando Sanders. Sanders, the younger fighter by 5 years. He's 28 years old coming into tonight. Nino Henao will have the 2-inch height edge. Nino Henao tipping the scales well under that welterweight rim at 168.5 pounds. Orlando Sanders coming right in at 170 flat. Henao with a record of 2-1. Sanders with a record of 3-2. With that all out of the way, we will kick it back inside to the cage with Hoops.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. This fight is a professional welterweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 2 wins and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighed in at 168 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of 4-7 Training Center, hailing from Yonkers, New York. Fierce fans, make some noise for Nino Hanau! And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding a professional record of 3 wins and 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed in at 170 pounds. Fighting out of Extreme Couture, hailing from Las Vegas, Nevada, by way of Belleville, Illinois. Fierce fans, make some noise for Orlando Sandman Sanders!
Extreme Couture's Orlando Sanders rocking the red gloves. Utah's Nino Hanau poses opposite in the blue. This welterweight bout is brought to you by BKFC. Tune in September 6th to witness the Women's Flyweight Championship of the World live in Salt Lake City. Tickets are on sale now at BKFC.com. BKFC, an official sponsor of Fierce FC. Behind the scenes, this has been the fight that everyone has been looking forward to. Orlando Sanders out of Extreme Couture, obviously Nino Hanau, the local fighter out of 4-7 in Lehigh, Utah.
Yeah, when they said Illinois, I could tell he could wrestle.
And he looked strong in that clinch. He got that body lock and went right for the takedown.
Oh, yeah.
12 seconds to secure it. Now on top is Sanders. Nino Hanau in a compromising position.
See how he's turking that leg up. He has it figure forward. He's lacing it at the toes. That's going to really keep Nino down on the ground. Orlando's doing a great job of smothering him on top.
Orlando Sanders, 2 of his 3 submission wins have come by head and arm. We'll see if that trend strikes again here, considering the deep well of attacks he has once it gets to the canvas.
Yeah, a lot of the times people will set it up by taking, in this case, his left arm. He'll go over the top and then do it from half guard, which is a really deep submission.
Jason, have you been doing that?
I have not.
I learned that from Craig Jones.
Not yet.
Thanks, Dane, if you're watching.
I like the way he's locking that leg down, though.
Yeah, you could hear his corner really putting it in him that he needs to stick to the game plan. Looks like they're following the game plan. It's a little high, though.
A little high. And Nino trains out of a jiu-jitsu 4-7. They're known for jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. I mean, Rad Martinez is a great wrestler himself and grappler.
Playing into his game is Hanau. Sanders still positioned in a prime spot. And of note, Orlando Sanders, all 3 of his submission wins have come in the second round. Never won a fight in the first round, never gone to a third round.
Well, he has the figure 4 right now, and they're not sweaty at all. He has a lot of time, over 3 minutes left to get the submission win. But you never know. Has the half Nelson, so you can kind of see that wrestling background coming in. Power half.
Now stretched out as Sanders bullies his way to a grip on the back, looking for that rear naked. Hanau not given a stagnant target as some shots rain down from the top.
It's a bad spot to be if you're Nino. You got to fight that body triangle and get out of the way.
And Jason not getting an opportunity to just show any of his A-game at all.
No, Orlando did a phenomenal job of just closing the distance. I assume this fight might be a little stand-up fight, but goes against everything I just said. Now we got Orlando dominating on the ground here.
Yeah, once you told me submission wins, Midwesterner,
yeah.
Oh yeah, I knew this was going to the ground.
Hanau bogged down by the offense of Sanders, just about past the halfway point of this first round.
He seems pretty content just throwing these strikes. Very veteran fighters, they often don't always go for the submission. They'll just be patient and try to hold position.
And you saw Janao try to explode as soon as Orlando unlocked those legs. He tried to explode, so he's being very patient, but can't make any mistakes in this position.
Yeah, that body triangle is just going to be really tough to deal with. He's got to fight that off. Oh, he's smothering. Look at that. Using his whole hand to just cover the face.
Hanau has been distinctly durable in the past. His lone loss as a professional went to a unanimous decision, so certainly can survive in difficult positions, but curious to see what these next 90 seconds transpire into.
He's doing a really good job of fighting that rear naked choke. Every time it goes under the neck, he pushes it off. Oh, but now we're seeing if he can stay on top, and look.
That head and arm choke.
Head and arm choke, staying in half guard. Notice how he does that. He's definitely been training with some high-level athletes down in Vegas.
Yeah, you're seeing that a little bit more versus the guys going off to the side now.
Sanders bails on the submission, but finds his way up to mount.
Ooh, good elbow.
An effective elbow.
Wow, did you see how quickly he transitioned to the back there? This guy's a high-level grappler. Has the hook. He's a little high, but notice how he's sticking out his left leg. He's using that to keep him posed right there so he doesn't fall off the back. Pulling the arms above Nino's head.
I've actually seen a submission from that.
Yeah, you can tear the shoulder up, really damage it, but he's using it to get to the rear naked choke, kind of getting those arms out of the way. Especially in heavy, the big MMA gloves, it's really difficult to get some of these chokes. People can hold on to them, and it's just really big, and it makes it hard to hold the grip. So just getting those out of the way.
Final 15 seconds of the first frame, as it has been all Sanders through the first 5 minutes. Little layout for a grappling showcase thus far by the fighter out of Las Vegas. David, for you, the epicenter of his effectiveness, where has he been doing well in terms of the submission threat, as well as also peppering in the shots?
Well, I'll say this. He's actually really, really patient. Notice how he didn't really go crazy on any of the submissions. He was willing to concede the submission to stay in the position and throw shots. So he was just really, really patient, and honestly, we're probably going to see another round of that if Nino can't hit him.
Jason seems to have a sizable lead.
Yeah, pretty clear round for Orlando.
Yeah.
Nito's going to, as we saw in the first round, Nito's going to have to keep it on his feet this round. He's calm. He doesn't look like no damage was done. Looks like Nito's breathing fine.
The elevation, though, could it be affecting our friends from Vegas? I don't know.
Saw it a little bit earlier, but hasn't been necessarily.
I mean, Vegas is better than Portland, right?
Top of the second round we go. Tyler Tomlinson, the third man in the cage. Been a busy man here tonight. One of his 6 assignments throughout. He has one more to go in the co-main event.
Ooh.
Already a little bit more time spent standing is Hanau. 4 minutes and 48 seconds spent underneath, but he's dropped by Sanders.
Covering up. Let's see if he can fight out of it.
Sanders stayed very composed. He waited for that shot.
Yeah.
Picking his shots well, and in on the shot is Sanders, as he'll mat Hanau once again.
And just right into mount there.
To the mount. And Nino's a tough guy, and obviously he's really physical, but Orlando's just showing up. Hitting him in the rib cage right there. Look, he's going for that head and arm triangle again. Oh, now he's kind of doing it from the side. This is a very unique position, actually.
Could the trend stay alive? A head and arm in the second round. History says this is where it could be finished. 4 minutes to work for the Vegas fighter.
I wonder if he can do one of those Rutulo type, head and arms, or Patty Pimlet does the same thing from this position, but it looks like he's being patient and getting his work in. Oh, a little high, and now they're sweaty. We'll see if he can push him off.
Hanau tripods his way.
Spladle time.
Sanders.
Ooh, that's not good. Fortunately, there's no back points in MMA, but
Hanau seems composed at the moment. Doesn't seem to be in too much of trouble, but Sanders fighting his way and loses the leg.
Okay, let's see. I mean, this is a pretty freaky scramble. He still has the leg hooked. He's going to try to come on top almost to like a mounted crucifix type position, but Nino's coming up. I don't know if you can hit him there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's legal.
You get one warning, right?
Two minutes have passed in this second round. Jason, your thoughts on Orlando Sanders? Doing it well in the stand-up, but doing it better on the ground.
Very calculated. Smooth, calculated. Knows exactly what he wants to do, and he's doing everything he wants to do right now in the cage.
Yeah, I wonder what level of belt he is, obviously in a traditional art like jiu-jitsu, but he's piecing it all together, wrestling, grappling, striking, the whole thing.
Was unable to find it online, David. I always try to find it if I can, but no evidence of a specific colored belt, but it's got to have some color to it, right?
I mean, yeah.
I would imagine he's definitely up there.
He's looking like it. Good side control right here, and Nino's just trying to frame and keep the onslaught from happening, but it's difficult. Oh, he gives up his back, though. Hooks in. He's getting a little high again, but you saw he did that spladle the last time, and he's going for it again, it looks like. Oh, power half. Yeah, this guy definitely wrestled. You can tell a lot of the tendencies that he's doing are more wrestling-based than jiu-jitsu. But he's tying it really well together.
Back is clearly against the wall for Hanau, but he'll get back up.
Good strike. His eyes kind of twitching a little bit. It's a good strike.
Seems to have his wits back about him, but Hanau in his wheelhouse as they stand up and takes the center of the cage.
Oh.
Sanders picks his shots precisely.
Nice jab from Sanders.
Beautiful technique on that jab. Oh.
Back to the well he goes. As he'll accumulate more control time here is Sanders.
You can hear somebody in Sanders' corner yelling to stay heavy.
I'm looking at this guy. He has a jiu-jitsu shirt on, not a surprise.
Gave us a quick smile as well. Not in the corner, obviously, but certainly an invested spectator here in Salt Lake City.
Might be his father?
Mentor?
Not trying to age him?
Crypto investor. You never know.
Whatever he is, he's got Orlando Saunders dialed in tonight.
Sound advice from the spectators.
Americana right here.
Just heavy pressure from Saunders.
And Nino's honestly not done that bad. He's an athlete, good position, but it just hasn't been enough tonight.
Just found his way on his back too much, Jason.
Yeah, just a little too much of Orlando Saunders tonight. That wrestling, as David touched on, is pretty dominant tonight.
Yep. Well, good elbows.
And David, if you're Hanau going into round 3, you have to consider that there's no other way other than a finish.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really difficult one, especially being grappled so hard like this. Oh, and he gets back to the head and arm triangle. Back to half guard. Oh, to the mount. He's going to try to finish it right here with elbows.
Well, Orlando Sanders has never seen a third round, uncharted territory for him as we head into the third frame. Jason, your thoughts on this one, but it seems like he swelled to a favorite is Sanders.
Yeah, I would say Sanders is up pretty comfortably 2-0. Janau's got a goose egg on the right side of his forehead there. And it looks like a little swelling on that right eye as well.
Rad is trying to motivate him right now. You can hear or kind of see he's really talking to him, making sure that he is ready to go for that third round. Digging deep. On these types of fights, you got to dig deep.
And it's defeating when you got a guy that every time you think you're exploding out, he's right back on top of you. I've been there a million times on the jiu-jitsu mat, and it's defeating to know that you just don't have an answer.
Our cut man, Mace Sellers, pulling out all the stops, trying to stop the swelling on that forehead. Might be a hematoma of sorts, David. It looks pretty bad.
Yeah, but he looks good. I mean, he's ready to go back out there. Let's see if he can get his striking on this round. Definitely doesn't have a reach advantage, so he needs to get in deep without getting taken down, and that's a really fine balance.
So far, we've seen the surgical striking of Sanders that has led into the perfectly placed wrestling more than anything, specifically in that second round, I would say.
Yeah, and we thought that Nino had the striking advantage, but things change when you're tired and you got taken down 4 times, you know. Good jab cross. He's got to step in. Oh, shoot.
Sanders connects on the chin. Hanau answers back.
Hanau's throwing back. There's the shot.
That level change. Oh,
beautiful.
He rotated right there. You know, normally you elevate and turn on the corner, but he just pulled it down. It's very impressive.
And I know the crowd doesn't like this. You hear a couple boos in there, but this is high-level jiu-jitsu and wrestling by Orlando Saunders. I mean, it's just beautiful technique from Saunders tonight.
He is the full figure 4. Notice how his right calf is perpendicular with Nino's knees and his legs. This is going to really keep him pinned down, and there's not much that he can do if he can't get to the cage.
Also in the center of the cage, nowhere that he can really play off of. as well. Orlando Sanders in no man's land, seeming to be running away with a decision win against Nino Henao.
And Orlando isn't just sitting there like, yeah, he's tired and, they're fighting hard, but he's pretty active. He's really doing some work. I'm sure the judges' scorecards are going to show that too.
I think he's making it his game.
I think it's his game. I would agree.
Not sure how much that picked up, but it was clear as day in the cans.
I mean, Orlando Nurmagomedov's in the cage right now, so yeah.
Looking to pass right now is Sanders, the knee touching the opposite side.
And you can see how he pinned that knee down. That really keeps the person there from the knee slice. Oh, he has it in the middle now. Uh-oh, he's got to be careful. He might get kicked here.
Yeah, Nino needs to explode up if he
Yeah,
can
he's got to throw those legs up. The hardest I've ever been hit is an up kick, so yeah, right there.
I remember that fight.
Yeah.
Henao hits the target. Sanders drops back into the guard.
Yeah, I just don't know if Nino has much from this guard position. I know he does jiu-jitsu. He's really tough. I've rolled with him before, but, this guy's very weathered and experienced. He knows what he's doing.
Also a lack of urgency to get back up as well is Henao through these 3 rounds.
Yeah, especially in this halfway through this third round, you might see a little exhaustion. He's expended a lot of energy these last 2.5 rounds.
Okay, so he's scooting up. You can kind of see.
Henao is all hard. I mean, the guy is not giving an inch. He's not giving up.
Watch those toes, but he really does need to kick off of that cage, utilize the space around him. This isn't a wrestling mat. This is a cage. He can utilize it, so let's see if he can try. Oh, he's coming up. Might give up the back here. Oh, perfect.
Ducking out of it is Henao. Back up to the feet. 2 minutes to work. Has to find a finish.
Yeah, if I'm Nino, I'm, giving up the entire hand right here.
Big shots from Saunders. Oh, that was a big knee from Henao.
Oh, going for the headlock. Mat return.
Little hometown fence grab there from Henao.
Oh,
Henao's
wow.
on top.
Top half guard. Let's see if he can finish.
Henao.
He's going to get desperate.
And now putting all his chips in the center of the table. However, on the other side is Sanders looking for a heel hook.
Yep, so let's see. Oh, wow. Good scrambles. I had the underhook right there. Now he's back on top.
Henao seems to be gassed. We did see a big exhale after that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lot of that, what I talked about earlier. It's just that defeated feeling of I'm trying everything I can to get up, and this guy is still on me.
Yeah, and these guys are both really high-level athletes. They look very fast twitch, so it's a lot of big bursts of energy, and then you got to cool down somehow. The one thing that I wanted to point out, Orlando did a fantastic job of staying on top. Generally in jiu-jitsu, you can kind of get away with being on bottom, but when we scramble in wrestling, you got to make sure that you have the underhooks, you're inside control, and you're staying on top. You're higher than your opponent to, finish the scramble. Great job.
Well, if you're like grappling, you're certainly getting your fix here tonight as Sanders continues to chase the back. Just 35 seconds to go between these two at 170 pounds. Henao gets back up and gets a pop from the crowd, but immediately returned to where he has spent the majority of this fight as boos echo through the local crowd.
Yeah, I hate to hear that. I mean, this is high-level wrestling and jiu-jitsu from Saunders.
Just took the back again.
Yeah.
It's very impressive.
This isn't the bloody knockout brawl that a lot of guys want to see, but if you're a MMA enthusiast, Saunders, this is a phenomenal performance.
Yep.
An all-out MMA master plan here tonight for Orlando Sanders. He had never lost back-to-back fights coming into tonight. Doesn't look like that will be the case here either. What a showing by the Extreme Couture fighter. All signs point to him moving to 4-2. Jason, your thoughts on what he put together over these last 15 minutes?
Yeah, impressive performance. I would love to see him back in the Fierce Fighting Championship cage.
Really, really impressive. I mean, yeah, it went the distance, but quite frankly, that was all dominance from Orlando.
On the other side, we see Henao. Didn't take a plethora of damage, I would say, as he pushes away May Sellers. Doesn't necessarily want to have a lot of conversations right now. Jason, or David, I apologize.
No, you're good.
when you know that you weren't able to execute your game plan, it's got to be frustrating.
Well, you know, mixed martial arts, it's mixed martial arts, and it's really, really difficult when you have so many different things pulling you: wrestling, jiu-jitsu, striking, boxing, Muay Thai, kickboxing, all these different things, and you got to kind of go back to the drawing board and figure it out.
Orlando Sanders seems to have all the intangibles to get to that next level. Both of his losses were by KO. Interested to see where he has really filled in the gaps, because tonight his striking was incredible.
Great. I mean, they were in the closed stance, and his jab was just phenomenal. Obviously, he had a little bit of a reach advantage, but every single punch he threw was very, very clear and just precise, and, yeah, just very efficient.
All right, looks like we are just about ready to make it official with the answer and the scorecards. Here's Hoops.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 30-26, declaring the winner by unanimous decision out of the red corner, Orlando Sandman Sanders.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Orlando Sanders. Orlando, that was a dominant performance. Wrestling, jiu-jitsu, striking. Was that the game plan coming in here tonight to take the fight to the ground and have that type of performance?
Yes, sir. Like I always say, it's always a game plan. Yes, sir. I'm just blessed, man. I can't thank God enough.
Yeah, that was an impressive performance. Zach and I were just talking. We want to know who the 2 guys are that beat you.
Yes, sir. Hey, they're tough, but every man has his day. My day's coming.
Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
My mom, my dad, my sisters, my family, Extreme Couture. I really appreciate y'all helping me in. Maki, Patolo, Deep End, Fitness, thank you so much, man. KO Reps, y'all are always good to me. Appreciate y'all.
Give it up for your winner, Mr. Orlando Sanders.
Friday, September 6th, the world's most exciting combat sport, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is back at the Maverick Center with another night of amazing bare knuckle fights. In the main event, world champion Christine Misfit Faria, one of the most feared women in combat sports, puts her title on the line against the #1 contender who doesn't know the meaning of fear, Jade Massamoir. Plus 11 other savage bare knuckle fights. Avoid the sellout. Grab your tickets now at bkfc.com.
Hey everybody, it's Kimball Davis. I've been getting lots of questions about what Prime Labs does, so I decided I'd actually bring you guys in and show you what we do versus just show you some glimpses. Take a look in here as somebody's already getting drawn. This is Stone. He's in the process of getting his blood now. So, Prime Labs is a clinical laboratory. A lot of you guys are probably familiar with like LabCorp and Quest. We're not looking to promote hormones or testosterone. We're just here to do your blood. When you come into Prime Labs, you'll see that it is a full laboratory. Anytime you have questions, you're always able to reach out. Our phone number here is 385-645-7400. The great thing is if you have somebody who's quoted you any type of panel, please reach out to me. We guarantee to beat it. So if you're like, I'm not sure, could they do it? Just reach out, send me the panel, send me the quote. We'll take care of it.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for a 20% discount on tickets to BKFC 65 coming to Salt Lake City on September 6th.
Let me get my phone out real quick.
Going to get a quick scan on that because it is a can't-miss event here in Salt Lake City, an unbelievable showing. Actually, Dave Feldman said at the press conference, I was fortunate enough to go as media, he said, I want to live here. This is one of his favorite places to come, and they're bringing an incredible card. We're going to continue on with this incredible card with Johan Rubio and Barrington Bishop. Inside, we go to Hoops.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by Glow Pop. They are very experienced and professionally making some noise, and with all sorts of gummies to choose from, Glow Pop is perfect for peak performance and for chilling after the fight. Expand your mind or melt away with proprietary blends of Blue Lotus, Delta, CBD, and natural herbs at Glow Pop. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Barrington Bishop and then Johan Rubio to the cage.
Well, if you're looking for a striking showcase, look no further. Enter Treasure Coast Cartel's Barrington Bishop. Jason, from 3 straight wins to 3 straight victories, an emphatic win in an enemy territory could kickstart another uptick in the career.
Yeah, I got to apologize. I actually mixed him and Saunders up, and so this Barrington is the striker. Saunders was the jiu-jitsu guy. I apologize about that. I mixed that up before the last fight, but yeah, don't blink in this fight with this guy.
And I actually misspoke. I apologize. 3 straight wins to start the pro career. 3 straight losses have followed that. But David, he has made the walk 4 times since Johan's last fight. The active edge seems to be on his side.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough when you're on a losing streak like he is, but I'm going to assume that this is his first time fighting out in this area potentially, and maybe this is a fresh start, you know, different people, different faces.
Jason, I've got a staggering statistic for you. We normally get one of these where you just cannot believe it. Barrington Bishop never been finished as an amateur or a pro. He's been fighting for 9 years.
Yeah, this guy's tough as nails. These next 3 fights, all three of the opponents are all from Florida. This is where I'm going to curious to see how the elevation will play in a factor for guys for these next couple fighters that are coming up.
He was really cool to talk with, too, in the back.
Well, he has been missed in the Maverick Center, but back is Johan Rubio. Jason, fair to say he's one of the state's finest, but hasn't occupied card space since November of 2022, second longest layoff of his career.
He's a fan favorite. He always brings it. He can stand. The ground is where he's going to want to take this. He's smothering. Great jiu-jitsu, great heavy wrestling, heavy pressure. Johan always brings it.
David, we're looking at a guy who did not lose for nearly 8 years, dating back to his amateur days, 10 straight wins. He was a juggernaut back in the day and still continues to be with that 2-1-1 record.
Yeah, he's seriously just, I mean, the epitome of a fighter when it comes to Utah MMA. This guy, he can get in some wars. He pushes through adversity, and he's always in the fight no matter what.
Speaking a little bit more about Johan Rubio, been away due to a long list of injuries. Very excited to see him back again. His last fight was back in November of 2022. I apologize. It was a decision loss. However, we pull up that tail of the tape presented by Prime Labs. Johan Rubio and Barrington Bishop. Bishop, 29 years of age, 1 year senior to Rubio. Also will have the 2-inch height edge. Johan Rubio weighing in yesterday at 179 pounds. No problem on the other side for Barrington Bishop at 178. Rubio with a record of 2-1 and 1 no contest. Bishop with a 500 record at 3-3. Interested to see how this one plays out. The hometown backing their guy in the white trunks. Johan Rubio, first time in quite some time, as we await fighter introductions with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Glow Pop. This fight is a professional 180 pounds catchweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyustad. Introducing the first fighter fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 3 wins and 3 losses. He stands 6 feet tall and weighed in at 178 pounds. Fighting out of Treasure Coast Cartel, hailing from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Fierce fans, make some noise for Barrington, Mr. Brightside Bishop. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding a professional record of 2 wins and 1 loss. He stands and 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed in at 179 pounds. Fighting out of Jeremy Horn's Elite Performance MMA, hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Johan, the Judge Rubio.
Back after almost 2 years away is Johan Rubio in the red gloves. Port Lucie, Florida's Barrington Bishop stands across in the blue. This 180-pound catchweight bout is brought to you by Glow Pop. For peak performance or relaxing after a match, head over to glowpop.com. Glow Pop, an official sponsor of Fierce FC. No need to shake off the cobwebs as a cluster of combinations are successful for Rubio, sending back Bishop.
Rubio just does a phenomenal job of getting into space. You know, obviously he's a shorter and smaller reach fighter, but he is able to close that distance very quick. Oh, good calf kick.
Rubio, eyes on the target, not wavering whatsoever as he invests in the breadbasket. Bishop extending out, making his length noteworthy versus his opposition. Blitz from Rubio, not something that we've seen just yet.
Yeah, Rubio's not scared.
And this is the MO for Johan Rubio. Get the fight to the ground, dominate.
Tight window for Rubio to close in, now putting him up against the cage.
Yeah, he needs to pull that leg back, get him off the cage, either lock up the double or pull him down with the single leg, or go to body lock. Oh, there he pulls him off. Oh, takes us back.
Johan Rubio, a brown belt over at at Elite Performance, I apologize. Bishop fighting the hands.
He's trying to put that hook in, but it's kind of hard when they're so long.
High fight IQ being showed by Bishop with more professional reps than any of Johan's previous opponents.
Oh, he looks like he might go to a single leg lift here. We saw Bilal Muhammad do this just very recently, but getting crossface, so head back on the inside.
Snapping shot by Bishop with Rubio right in his face.
And we got to see him pull him off that cage in order to get something to happen, or do some sort of reap or sweep or something.
Jason, there was that quick scramble, but right back to where we started.
Yeah, this is what Johan wants. Close the distance, get him up against the cage, and eventually get him down to the mat. We'll see if Barrington can keep this fight standing.
Johan Rubio, 6 of his 9 amateur wins were by TKO. He still has not found that path to victory as a professional. We'll see if he's able to pull something together here with 2 minutes to work in the first frame. Getting a couple boos as well, considering the decisions, the longer night, the delay, the intermission as well. Fans want to see a couple of finishes, it seems like, Jason.
I think our co-main and main will give us those.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a problem later tonight.
Slowing down the fight are the two. 95 seconds here in round 1 as Barrington, blinding speed being showcased right now.
Yeah, Barrington definitely has a speed advantage. I feel like strength advantage is going to go to Johan. We'll see who can implement their game plan.
Johan's been hitting him with that hook. He throws it very similar to almost like a Kelvin Gastelum. Just darts right in.
That's a great comparison, Dave.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Johan's the Kelvin Gastelum of Utah for sure.
Pieces together combination is Johan. The head kick doesn't break through the guard, but certainly felt by the visiting fighter.
It's just that hook cross right there. He keeps hitting him with it. See if he can make it work.
Echoing leg kick landed by Bishop.
Bishop composed.
Yeah, very chill.
Very composed. Looks really relaxed in there.
Wonder if Rubio's going to start reading that calf kick and come in on it.
A big shot from Bishop.
Good exchange. Good jab. A lot of those Florida boys have good boxing, right next to Cuba and Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Good coaching out there.
Leg kick is checked by Johan. Still bobbing the head, trying to stay out of the way of being a stagnant target.
Yeah, when he's moving his head, he's slipping those punches. It's when he's stagnant and he's leaving his head right there in the center is when Bishop is tagging him with that jab or the overhand.
Yeah, especially as a shorter fighter, you have to do that.
Make some noise!
Interesting one through the first 5 minutes.
Doesn't even look like Barrington's been in a fight. He's just standing there just hanging out.
Hands were on the knees for just a moment. little bit of a delay to get his corner stool in there.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's really
Yeah,
calm.
he looks in phenomenal shape. Johan breathing a little heavy in the corner there.
Yep.
David, your thoughts on Johan's performance in the first 5 minutes?
I mean, I think you got to give him the round. He was just way more active during that, but I worry, that was a lot of effort between the takedowns, the grappling, and, being able to get in range that often. You saw at the end of the round, he really struggled to get out of range, too.
Yeah, I felt like Bishop he landed some heavy shots, but Johan landed some, I'd say it's fairly even.
Of course.
And then you get the pressure from Johan, keeping him up against the cage. Maybe a slight edge to Johan in that first round, but, I mean, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens later in this fight.
Tough to say, but we'll head to the second round. Dave Selystead back inside the center of the Glow Pop cage here tonight at Fierce Fighting Championship 33.
When Johan came out, his shirt was drenched with sweat. Barrington's still fairly dry.
Hit him with that 3-2 again. Hook cross.
Bishop throws that piston on the retreat of Johan every single time.
Yep. Ooh, told you you'd read it.
There's the takedown attempt.
Initiating the grappling again is the local fighter. Bishop right back where he was for a majority of round number 1. Johan still trying to find his way to the canvas.
Well, you got to be careful here with these elbows.
Yeah, big elbows. Bishop landed a couple of those.
The longer you wait on the cage like that, the tougher it gets, and people can get these weird Kimura grips like this. Oh.
Johan.
Good scramble.
Shows his grappling pedigree, able to scramble and get back up to the feet, but his back is still against the cage.
Bishop did a great job of getting out of that exchange.
Dave Selystead calling for the fingers inside the cage.
Now Bishop going for a takedown.
Hopefully it's picking up in the ambient mic, but we've got echoes of Johan Rubio. Certainly a home game for him.
It's always good to have the crowd on your side.
A little hometown love.
I would say Rubio's like the Rocky of Utah,
He really is.
Rocky.
He's doing a great job with the pressure. We'll see if he can.
Yeah, once again, he just needs to pull him off the cage and start to transition now. He has the arm over. He's maybe looking for a body lock. He should definitely come hang out with Court and I sometime.
Not a whole lot of action here in round number 2.
The other thing that Johan's doing fantastic is, as the shorter fighter, he's getting underneath Bishop, and he's putting his head right underneath his chin, making it really difficult for Bishop to turn. He has to pick a side, and Rubio's allowed to, throw him.
Strong observation by you, David Kim. Happy to have you here with us.
Very happy to have you here.
Man, this might have to be a more permanent position. I don't know.
Nice knee up the middle. Lands to separate the two fighters.
Oh, shoot.
It's pretty even on the feet.
Yeah,
they're trading now.
Boxing on display to both sides. Johan looks to push him back.
Oh, shooting the takedown now. Bishop is. It's a big sign.
Johan is breathing pretty heavy right now.
A little bit of blood coming now out of the nose of Johan.
That might have been a big error from Bishop. Maybe he should have stepped back and started throwing.
Now beginning to leak.
Ooh.
Spinning back fist is thrown out by Bishop.
Bishop gaining a little confidence on the feet now. He's landed a few shots in this second round.
He's staring him down, too. Oh. Bishop wants the action. Walking in the center. Good slip.
Straight through the guard is Bishop, attacking that nose that seems to be compromised.
Oh, that one stunned him a little bit.
Yeah.
Mouth open.
Yeah, he's bleeding pretty heavily from the nose now.
Johan Rubio never been finished in his career. Faced adversity throughout times as a professional, but for the majority of the time, always been not necessarily on the ropes. Barrington Bishop putting together a lot right now.
And Bishop landing heavy shots right now.
This might be over.
That will do it. Barrington Bishop, no time for your judges tonight. He gets it done on the road.
Very calculated from Bishop. You saw the patience in the first round, and he executed. He went in for the kill in the second round. Very, very phenomenal performance from Bishop.
Yeah, you know, normally the level of urgency is what you want in a fight, but sometimes you need some patience, and he was so patient during that. I mean, half the time it looked like he was watching Netflix or something. It wasn't even fighting. It was very impressive to see his composure in the cage.
Yeah, and as soon as he felt Johan fading a little bit, he put the pressure on and landed heavy, heavy shots.
I think this is a really good case study for a lot of young fighters if they want to learn how to make sure that they get into those later rounds and finish their opponent.
3 straight losses for Barrington Bishop's ends tonight. His last win was back in November of 2022. Been active, but hasn't been able to get his hand raised. That will change in a matter of moments. We'll see if we have the replay presented by Bet Openly. David, it's all yours.
Okay, so let's watch this. So, you know, you can see Johan's mouth opening up. He threw that knee, hit him with the cross, and now he's just swinging, just going right after it. He just did a phenomenal job of staying patient in that fight. You know, composure is really everything when you're in the cage, and he was very composed tonight.
Johan Rubio, an unfortunate way for that to close out. Masked in blood to close it out, but now with his coach seemingly disappointed in the corner.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a broken nose, maybe a broken jaw. His mouth was open at that very end, but that can happen with the broken nose as well.
Barrington Bishop is going to move to 4-3. Massive weight off of his back considering what the last couple of years have been like for him. But it looks like we are just about ready to make it official with Jackson Hopes. We go to him.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Celia said it's called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes and 3 seconds of the second round, declaring the winner by TKO, Barrington, Mr. Brightside Bishop.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the winner, Barrington Bishop. Barrington, that was a phenomenal performance. We almost felt like you weren't even in a fight in the first round. You kept calm, cool, and collected. Was that the game plan tonight?
Yeah, pretty much, man. Glory to Jesus Christ. I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you, Utah. You guys have been great. You've treated me great since I've been here. I will definitely be back. Shout out to Johan. He's so tough, man. It was an honor to be in the cage with him.
Is there anybody you want to give a shout out? Sponsors, friends, family back home in Florida?
Too many people, but I'll keep it brief. I love my wife, Lily, my baby, Isabel. Shout out to my teams, Treasure Coast Cartel, Future School of Jiu-Jitsu, all of the Treasure Coast, man. I'm so happy to represent.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Mr. Barrington Bishop.
Friday, September 6th, the world's most exciting combat sport, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is back at the MAVERIK Center with another night of amazing bare knuckle fights. In the main event, world champion Christine Misfit Faria, one of the most feared women in combat sports, puts her title on the line against the #1 contender who doesn't know the meaning of fear, Jade Massamoir. Plus 11 other savage bare knuckle fights. Avoid the sellout. Grab your tickets now at bkfc.com.
When cutting weight, you lose more than just pounds. You lose vital hydration. Rush Hydro helps me get back in peak condition after sweat loss leaves me depleted. It was specifically engineered for athletes like myself who need quick hydration recovery. This drink has a special ingredient, clusterdextrin, which is formulated to help my body retain electrolytes, use them more efficiently, and support lasting energy.
When it feels like a race to rehydrate, Rush Hydro helps me perform my best.
Try hydration redefined at rushhydro.com.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. Well, Jason, there's only 4 more still to go, but Zeke Latu and Avery McFadder have been waiting for quite some time. Everybody loves when Zeke Latu enters the MAVERIK Center.
Yeah, the crowd was a little quiet these last 2 fights, but I'm pretty sure you're going to get a pretty big pop when Zeke Latu walks out from underneath that curtain.
I think there's a big component just, culturally speaking. We see these guys, Kent and Latu, and they come out and the whole family's behind them. It's just something magnificent to watch, honestly, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to go to a decision.
Plenty of people looking forward to it. We will kick it inside to bring them out with hopes.
Fierce fans, our co-main event of the evening is sponsored by Prime Labs. Located in South Jordan, Utah, Prime Labs conducts fighter blood testing and includes a combat trio panel with a same-day to 48 hours turnaround, as well as any individual test, including HIV, at discounted costs for all fighters. If you or anyone you know needs blood work for any reason at all, they provide various panels with affordable pricing that can't be beat at Prime Labs. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Avery McFadder and then Zeke Latu to the cage.
First time in a long time, but fight 23 in totality commences right now for Avery McFadder. Jason, his first walk since 2018, but been a busy body out in Tampa, Florida, as he prepped for a fight that never seemed to solidify a few months ago.
Yeah, I love seeing these guys come in from out of state, kind of bang with the Utah guys so we're not fighting against each other. So it's kind of nice to get some fresh faces in here, some new blood. I'm excited to see what he brings.
Data 1 versus everybody.
I love it.
David, only his second time in the confines of heavyweight, been as low as lightweight on numerous occasions early on in his career.
Lightweight as in 155 pounds,
Correct.
as in how much my opponent weighed last night. What?
Correct. That is the stat. Take it as you will.
They're eating good in Florida.
Go ahead. No, I could go for a Cuban sandwich right now, personally. Those things are so good.
Avery McFadder, a 14-year pro from 2010 to present. Very excited to see what he can showcase here in Salt Lake City. Dropped his last few. His last win was back in April of 2016, and 3 of his last 4 have ended in the first round. Interested to see how Zeke Latu answers the bell versus the fighter out of Florida. Well, there's nothing quite like it. Fresh off the flashiest finish of his career, here is Zeke Latu. Jason, the tough time seems to have passed following the resounding KO in May, but tonight it's back to the building blocks for one of Utah's finest.
Yeah, we've seen Zeke improve each and every fight he's been in. He's been working heavily on his conditioning. We're seeing the conditioning improve. We're seeing him training with all the heavyweights locally here in Utah. I'd love to see his improvements. I'd love to see his improvements fight after fight.
David, he told me last night, I feel light, I feel fast. He told me the same thing last time out. Last night tipped the scales at 248.5 pounds. The time prior to that, 246. He has not lost when he is under 250 pounds.
You know, there's just a level. Heavyweight, it's really difficult because sometimes I don't need to cut the weight, but to be the most optimal position, optimal weight, sometimes you need to be physically fit, and he looks great tonight.
Jason, he's incrementally improved his gas tank over the past 8 months.
Yeah, very well. You've seen that with his conditioning, the conditioning that he's doing. He's putting in the work behind the scenes. And here's another guy you want to talk about that was probably a lightweight. I've seen pictures of him when he was in the Marine Corps, and he looked like he was about a lightweight back then, too, so he's eating good as well.
All right, here's your co-main event presented by Prime Labs for this heavyweight bout between Zeke Latu and Avery McFadder. McFadder, 2 years older at 35 years of age, also will have the 3-inch height advantage. McFadder weighing in at a 260 pounds. As for Latu, again, 248.5 for him. Latu with a record of 4-3. McFadder a little bit longer in the tooth with a record of 9-13. With that, here's your co-main event introduction with Jackson Hoops.
Fierce fans, this co-main event is sponsored by Prime Labs. This fight is a professional heavyweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 9 wins and 13 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed in at 260 pounds. Fighting out of Shift MMA and American Top Team Tampa, hailing from Tampa, Florida. Fierce fans, make some noise for Avery McVatter. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding a professional record of 4 wins and 3 losses. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighed in at 248 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Fight City SLC, Rise Boxing, and Classic Fight Team, hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Zeke, the Tongan Kong Latu.
Co-main event slate for Zeke Latu, heaving in the red gloves. Avery McVatter visiting in the blue. This heavyweight bout is brought to you by Prime Labs, providing fighter blood testing with a same-day to 48-hour turnaround at a discounted price. Call today at 385-645-7400. Prime Labs, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, the big boys.
You can feel it. Tonga in the house.
And don't sleep on Zeke's jiu-jitsu as well. He's got a couple submission victories. I believe he's a blue belt in jiu-jitsu.
Blue belt in jiu-jitsu, 1 win by submission back in January of 2023.
I roll with his brother, and yeah, the whole family's good at grappling.
Seen him been on the A side of Control Time over the past couple of fights when it gets there. Didn't used to be that way, Jason.
Oh, little slip there.
Shoot, is he okay?
Quick slip. Seems like it might have been on the right foot that he might have been a little hurt, but seems to be moving well on it.
I just switched stance. That's not good.
I don't know if he rolled that ankle or...
Looked like his knee to me, but he's still throwing.
Throws caution to the wind. Big swing and a miss.
Zeke wanted that one. They're laughing at each other. There's smiles.
You know, in this open stance, the real key is to get to the, the angle by stepping on the outside of the foot. See if they can do it. Oh, good slip. Interesting.
McVatter closes the distance. Latu swings upstairs once again.
McVatter's going to want to use that jab to keep the distance. If Zeke gets in tight, we saw in his last fight, he can close that distance and land big power shots from the inside.
And Jason still seeing that improved head movement out of Latu.
A little more calculated, too. We've seen him in these last 2 fights. A little more patient.
Latu going back to that closed stance. We'll see if that has an effect on the fight. Throw a punch.
Continuing to go for the kill shot is McVatter.
McVatter's like, I seen it. I see it coming.
Chomps back at each other. A couple of heavyweights all smiles in the center of the cage.
Ooh, good slip.
A little bit of talking from Latu as well.
Latu's head movement is on point tonight.
Saw that improvement vastly in his last bout in May. He's a co-main event on that card as well. Latu appearing on 8 of the last 9 Maverick Center cards, averaged a fight every 74 days since making his pro debut a couple of years ago.
I mean, McVatter's smiling at him, but definitely don't forget your fundamentals when someone's throwing big punches. Keep those hands up.
And Zeke's got him backing up.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Sending him back. A little bit of taunting from the Tongan Kong as he wakes up the Maverick Center with an emphatic blow.
Yeah, you do not want to be on the end of the cage.
He's swinging big shots.
Ooh, good counter right there on the half beat.
Another power shot to the body in favor of Latu.
McVatter already breathing a little heavy.
Yeah, McVatter's feeling it.
First walk in 6 years for the Florida fighter.
Ooh. Latu has a really great game plan hitting the body. That's only going to tire him out, plus elevation.
Jason, the fight IQ has swelled over the years. We've seen him grow in this very arena.
That's why I love my job, seeing our local fighters. A big shot from Latu.
Oh, beautiful.
McVatter is down.
Taking his time. He's going to let him back up.
Latu welcomes the mayhem.
Putting that pressure on.
He's just walking back out of position. Latu's putting his head. Oh,
and he just gave up his back there. I don't know if he meant to do that.
I think he's been dipping his head, and yeah, I think he gave up position right there from it.
Latu seems to want the finish from the feet, but now compromised due to the grappling of McFadder, but the reversal is there for the home fighter.
I mean, if I were McFadder, I'd be trying to catch him, you know.
McFadden's been looked up at the clock like 3 times. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you there,
David.
No,
it's true, yeah. Another body shot, but notice how Latu's moving his head and he's really kind of out of position. That's when he needs to hit him, kind of with a hook, uppercut, something like that.
Quick timeout.
I think McFadder's getting a little tired. He's got his mouthpiece hanging out a little bit. Don't hold his gloves.
Quick warning from Tyler Tomlinson.
Okay.
Not going to give a point, just a warning.
Perfect.
For the veteran ref.
All business is Tyler Tomlinson.
No nonsense, as always. You ever shook his hand? He's like stone.
He's a tank.
He could beat me up.
He trains, too.
Oh, yeah. All the refs could beat me up.
They all train, yeah.
30 seconds to go here in round number 1. McFadder blitzes.
And McFadder's actually doing a great job of kind of walking back out of position, and then all of a sudden he has that burst, the jab cross or the 3-2, 2-3. Latu needs to be a little more disciplined coming forward.
McFadder retreats off of the Zeke attack.
Zeke's like, come on, bang.
10 ticks to go, a quick smile and a shake of the head. If we see stools, it will be interesting, Jason. Considering the fact
round 1
that Zeke Latu, in 3 of his last 4 now, he has seen a second round. His 1 win in those 4 fights was in the first round. Therefore, Zeke Latu's never won a fight in the second round.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They're both breathing a little heavy.
Yeah.
How much has that grown, though, from the fight back in November of last year compared to now, where he seems to completely still have his wits about him?
Exponentially. It's grown massive. Like, he's not even breathing hard in his corner right now.
Marco's helping him out. Marco is just one of the best strikers in the state. He has really worked a lot with Latu and, made him the beast he is today.
Breathing pretty heavy in the corner over there.
That's not good. Elevation, man.
He did land a couple shots for the end of that round. He started to connect.
He looked great. I was actually blown away by how he was kind of walking backwards, and then all of a sudden, kind of on that half beat, there's a really good cadence to striking, and he was just able to really figure it out and hit him a few times. It was pretty impressive. Kind of playing possum.
Top of round 2 of a possible 3. Again, very interested to see the current state of the gas tanks on both sides. Zeke Latu dancing in his corner. I know it's off screen, but a quick conversation with Tyler Tomlinson and Avery McFadder.
I think Tyler wants some action. His body kick.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Oh, good fake.
I'd like to see Zeke set up those shots a little more.
Yeah, he's just kind of walking forward and throwing.
Hefty leg kicks being thrown right now.
Oh, that one hurt.
By Latu. Backing up is McFadder.
That might have got some sort of nerve. He's limping a bit. His movement's completely kind of compromised here. See if he can recover. Ooh, good.
Short elbow landed by McFadder.
Once again, he's going to his game plan. Latu is hitting the body, making sure that he can feel the elevation. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Good spin.
Finds air a couple of times. There is Latu, but certainly got the crowd invested into it.
Latu's a little more, he has his hands up now. That's good. Oh, so you see a big dip. Good uppercut.
McFadder letting his hands go a little bit more in this second round.
Looks to be a little more comfortable throwing. Oh, that was a good 2.
McFadder lands cleanly there on the chin. Latu continues to come forward.
Yeah, Latu not really throwing anything. Nice uppercut.
Yeah, he's just kind of walking into him at this point. He needs to really cut an angle or do something different.
McFadder's last win by KO or TKO was January 22nd of 2016. Been some time, but seems to have Latu up against the ropes.
Hurt. Latu's now shelling up.
Nice knee for McFadder. Putting it all together late.
He's got to cover up from those knees. Notice how he's dipping. He's going to get hit with a knee. Great hook, leaping hook.
Pernicious punching power is present. Latu going to work.
The gas is going. Pedal to the metal.
Got to get the hand off the fence.
Still working is Latu, trying to ground and pound his way to his 5th victory as a professional.
Oh, let's see if he can get it. Has the underhook. He's using that to frame. Good forearms and elbows.
I think McFadder's about done.
Yeah,
here.
this should be over.
You don't get better than that. Zeke Latu getting it done late in round number 2.
A little pop from the Maverick Center crowd here.
Latu getting it done, but there's a little adversity in that.
Yeah, it looked like he was in a little bit of trouble there.
He was in trouble.
McFadder was landing big shots.
Kind of dug deep and, got that one punch and put him down and got on top.
Back-to-back wins for Zeke Latu here in the Maverick Center. His first time ever with a win in the 2nd round, and it's all smiles out of the Tongan Kong. The power is present, as always, for the king of the Maverick Center. All right, this replay is brought to you by Bet Openly. David, it's all yours.
Okay, so he hits him right with that big overhand right. See the uppercut, that's the one that really dropped him, and now he's pushing. One thing that I really like that Latu did, he didn't just go crazy. He kind of came to his senses, and he was able to actually get in position. So watch this. Goes for the single. Latu gets in side control right here. And now he's kind of in the right position right here. He gets an underhook, you'll see, and he really uses that to kind of control McFadder and kind of keep him there with those smashing elbows. Very impressive, and you can see a lot of growth coming out of Latu.
Seems to grow with every single fight, and now a pretty record at 5-3. Just a couple of months ago, he was at 3-3, losing 2 fights in a row. There was a lot of questions as to what the future held for him, but now his stock seems to be rising again.
Man,
David,
let me tell you, Polynesian Power, it's here to stay in Utah, and I really think him and Mafaleo, who we're going to see in a second, they really have a shot and do it some big things in mixed martial arts.
All right, let's go ahead and kick it inside and make it official with Jackson Hubs.
Bears fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes and 57 seconds of the 2nd round, declaring the winner by TKO, Zeke the Tongan Kong Latu.
Come on over here, Zeke. You know the drill. Are you too tired to interview, Zeke? You too tired to interview? Come on, man. Get over here. How you doing tonight, man?
Man, I'm doing good, brother. Yeah.
That was a tough back and forth fight. He was landing some big shots in that 2nd round. Did you feel you were in any danger?
Yeah. He got me with the left check, like a check hook. I didn't want to show it. That's why I was talking shit, because he got me pretty good.
Yeah. You come away with another big win tonight. Are we going to see you back in the cage again?
You know what's crazy, bro? I was talking to my girl, my sister, and I was like, maybe I should take a break because I don't like this shit. And then, like William Montgomery said, I'm never gonna stop. Never ever, baby. Let's go.
Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to tonight?
Number one, for those that know me, all praise and glory
to the man above, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It's my number one sponsor, number one house, I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your win. Oh, wait. Shit, my bad, bro. They're all on my pants. Oh, they're right there. Shout out to Culturally Rooted, my Los Tocos, Bitbird, Glow Pop, Water and Wellness, Tongue and Cowboy, Monga Ikalikava. Sorry, bro, I can't say that one still. Central de. Shit. They know what I'm talking about. My gyms, Fight City head coach there, Eric Gualin. Over there, Rise Classic, Marco Sanchez, my teammates, everybody, my friends and family. I love all of you guys. Thank you guys. And Fierce Fighting Championship and everybody on the team. Love you guys.
As always, brother, simplify and congratulations on another victory. Zeke Latu.
Amin Garcia is the undisputed king of the lightweights.
This kid is a problem.
I want to get back here soon. I want to stay active. There's a couple events in summer. I want to get me in there because
for Amin Garcia.
Back with a bang, it's Brendan Myers. A second straight submission for Dante Morales. He's going to move to 2-0.
I'm back, baby!
if you came to watch me lose, go cry about it on your way home.
Well, we're 11 fights down. One still remains. Only two men. We started out with 24, and it is Kent Mafileo and William Tarpley. So many people have been looking forward to this. Tarpley and McFadder, who we just saw, are actually teammates out in Florida. Very excited to see this one play out. With that, we've waited enough tonight. We'll go back inside the Jackson Hubs.
Yeah.
Fierce fans, our main event of the evening is sponsored by Bet Openly. Bet Openly is a platform for peer-to-peer sports betting where users create and take bets on various events. Their model saves you and all of their users measurable amounts of money, both short and long term. Safely bet with anyone, use instant DFS player prop parlays, and bet directly with friends with no fees. Head on over to betopenly.com and win big with Bet Openly. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome our final two fighters, William Tarpley and then Kent Mafileo, to the cage.
Fresh off a flashy KO and keen to keeping that trend intact, here is William Tarpley. Jason, a top talent out of Tampa, Florida with a 100% finish rate, matching that of his dance partner, Kent Mafileo, here tonight.
Yeah, he's a big guy stepping in the cage tonight from Tampa, Florida. We saw his teammate just fight. I'm really excited about this fight.
David, he's won 3 of his last 4, all of them by finish, similar to Mafileo. We saw him mow down John Lopez with a highlight reel hit in traffic last time out.
I mean, it's 2 big boys, so only one's going to come out.
William Tarpley, creative with his kicks, especially considering the size, standing 6'4". Very interested to see how he looks in his first fight of 2024, 10 months. He has been away from the cage. Also, Jason, I think you'll appreciate this. A flashy showman, definitely not afraid or timid to talk in the cage. We'll see how Kent responds to that.
Yeah, I don't think Kent's shy about talking either, so this should be a fun fight.
I just think it's amazing how many people are coming from out of state, from the East Coast to come to Utah to fight some of our fighters. It definitely shows the type of quality that we have in the state of Utah.
William Tarpley, the number 4 heavyweight in the state of Utah, awaits for the former Fierce FC heavyweight champion, Kent Mafileo. fresh off a flashy KO and, I apologize, recalibrated and revised. Here is the former Fierce FC heavyweight champion, Kent Mafileo. Jason, it took a round, but he reverted back to old form, finishing Daniel Trejo despite the uphill battle early.
Yeah, he fought a tough fight. He was coming off his loss, maybe fought through a little adversity in that last fight. I saw a different look in his eyes last night. I think we're going to see a violent Kent Mafileo tonight.
David, he's historically had exceptional elbows in the clinch. We haven't seen them on display as much these last two outings. We'll see if they can resurface here tonight.
Yeah, just like how, Mafileo and Latu, they're really in shape and they're looking great. So I've been very, very impressed. I think he's going to be lean, mean, and ready to fight tonight.
Jason, minimal strikes landed that last time out, but he certainly found it effective when you consider everything that happened in April.
Yeah, like I said, I think you're going to see a different fighter tonight. He fought through some adversity. He was coming off a loss. He was kind of the guy that he had a lot of weight on his shoulders. He was the guy in Utah. He was the guy that everybody was looking for to prop up the Utah MMA scene, and that was a lot of weight. You saw that. You saw how he fought against Jared Vanderveer, not taking anything away from Bandera because he's a stud, but you saw a little bit of that, and now you're seeing him come back in here tonight. He's got that violent look on his face that I always love to see from Kent Mafileo.
All right, final tale of the tape here tonight for this main event at heavyweight. Kent Mafileo, William Tarpley, identical in age at 37 years old. Tarpley does have the 2-inch height edge. Mafileo weighing in the lightest he ever has at heavyweight at 249 pounds. Tarpley tipping the scales at 263. Mafileo with a record of 6-1. Tarpley with a record of 4-3. With that, final time for intros. Here's Hoops.
Fierce fans, this is your main event. This fight is sponsored by Bet Openly. This fight is a professional heavyweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyestead. It's been a long night. You have all waited patiently, but one more time. I need everybody tuning into the pay-per-view and everybody here in the Maverick Center in West Valley City, Utah, from the upper suites to the arena seats all the way down to cage side. Put your hands together and make some noise! Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 4 wins and 3 losses. He stands 6 feet, 4 inches tall, and weighed in at 263 pounds. Fighting out of American Top Team Tampa, hailing from Tampa, Florida, Fierce fans, make some noise for Willie Megaton Tarpley. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding a professional record of 6 wins and 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed in at 249 pounds. Fighting out of Rise Boxing, Classic Fight Team, and Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Kent Mafileo!
Former Fierce FC heavyweight champion Kent Mafileo to throw in the red gloves. William Tarpley, the dance partner, in the blue. This heavyweight main event is brought to you by Bet Openly. Peer-to-peer sports betting, perfectly legal almost anywhere in the U.S., including Utah. Bet Openly, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
Don't blink.
Straight into the action we go. Tarpley not giving any chance for Mafileo to breathe.
We're already seeing a more active Kent Mafileo than we saw in that last fight.
He's looking really lean, pretty athletic. I know that's something that he's been really working on, but his opponent's really big, so maybe it might be a detriment.
Yeah, if Blake was going to tell me that Tarpley was a lightweight, I was about to put my headset down and walk out.
Nice kick, pushes back the former champion. Mafileo swings for the fences, finds himself in a little bit of trouble. Seeing the shots a little bit diversified as well, Jason.
Big shots from Kent Mafileo. Nice 1-2.
Mafileo doesn't even have a jab. It's just like a power straight.
And here comes the elbows. This is the Ket Mafaleo that we've seen in the past. That violence is there tonight. He's hunting.
You can see it in his eyes. He's staring down his opponent.
I was talking to Zach Partridge, and I said, do you think we see that similar Ket Mafaleo? Zach said, I really do. I was chatting with him earlier. Interested to see what the next 3.5 minutes show.
We got some calf kicks going on, too.
Tarpley met by a couple of punches.
Beautiful uppercut.
Window was open.
You could hear his corner calling for it too, Marco Sanchez.
This is usually where Kent shines in the up against the cage with the elbows and knees.
He's actually been working a lot with us at Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, specifically on this cage wrestling. So let's see if he can use it.
That's the exact same spot where Vandera was able to take away the belt from him. Able to separate, and back to the boxing exchange as we go. A couple of leg kicks thrown as well.
Nice little check hook from Mafaleo as Tarpley walked in.
Met in traffic. Mafaleo accurate thus far.
There's not many heavyweights that can take that punch from Ket Mafaleo, but Tarpley just ate that.
Tarpley has a chin.
We've seen Mafaleo put people to sleep with that overhand.
All three of Tarpley's losses by finish, however, only one of them was by a knockout. That was back in November of 2022. Obviously, as for Ket Mafaleo, all of his wins by KO, a 100% finish rate for him.
He's got to be careful throwing those kicks so cold, but...
He's dipping his head a little bit when he comes in, too, and Tarpley's thrown that uppercut a few times.
And Tarpley's not shy to the grappling. He's willing to throw him on the cage and keep throwing.
Kent exerting a lot of energy this round. He's throwing some big shots.
Tarpley putting those hands down. I would never do that. He's a brave man right there.
Not with Ket Mafaleo standing in front of you.
He must not know.
There it is.
Stellar uppercut, but answered right back is Tarpley.
Great elbow, knees.
Oh, nice 1-2 from Mafaleo. Oh, he might have him hurt.
Him.
Starting to run downhill a bit. A win is well within reach.
He's covering up.
Did I see a timeout there from Tarpley?
And what just happened?
Throws an elbow. Ket Mafaleo back in his wheelhouse.
Big power shots.
How is Tarpley eating these shots from Kent?
Hands down. Put him back.
Oh! There's a photogenic finish for Ket Mafaleo.
This is Ket Mafaleo's house. He's back. Wow.
Took care of it on the feet, and Ket Mafaleo is going to move to 7-1.
Impressive performance. This is the Ket Mafaleo that we missed a couple fights ago. Very impressive.
This is 100% the statement that he needed for the rest of his career.
Yeah, statement made. You asked me that question, if he deserves the title shot. He deserves the title shot after that performance.
A dead-eye shot finds Ket Mafaleo back in the win column.
We see you, big man.
Still his house. One loss was all it was. 2 in a row strung together for the former Fierce FC heavyweight champion. Seems to have his swagger back, Jason.
He's got the swagger back, the confidence there. You saw that as soon as the bell rung. You saw that confidence back in Ket Mafaleo. And you can see him hugging his coaches there. A breath of fresh air like, I did it.
Couple of embraces by his coaches. And with that, we're going to send it over to Bet Openly for this instant replay.
Very impressive, just swinging. Tarpley's covering up, but he's getting really tight. It looked like he almost called timeout right there, but Mafaleo just had it in his eyes. You can see it in his eyes. He's ready to make a difference and ready to make a change in his career. Very impressive that he's back on track. And right here, uppercut, boom. We're done. Went for the leg kick.
What a showing that was, and it looks like we are just about ready to make it official. Inside, final time tonight, here's Jackson Hooks.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Selyaset has called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes and 56 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by TKO, Kent Mafileo!
Come on over here, Big Kent. Ladies and gentlemen, here with the winner, Kent Mafileo. Kent, the old Kent was back. We didn't see that the last two fights. We saw a different Kent Mafileo tonight. Talk to me, man.
I became a father, and I found my purpose, you know. And man, I just gotta thank my head coach, Marco, for believing in me. He's my brother, man, and Court, Dane and Amy at Agema, both my brothers, even though my older brother likes to put fear into me, but he don't know I'm him. I'm that man, boy.
You are him, Kent. It looks, I want to take a look. I'm going to turn around and take a look at the replay here and kind of walk me through this sequence. You're landing some heavy shots here.
Man, I'm just trying to hurt him. I seen he was big and muscly, and my brother said he was powerful. And I said, I'm motherfucking more powerful, baby.
Like I mentioned, you had that killer instinct in that fight. Was that something that you worked on at this camp, is to come out there and go for the kill?
Man, I'm from the struggle, man. I'm from the trenches. I've been through hell, and I came out on top. So this, to me, is just testing me. It's just a way for me to release all the built-up stress and aggression. But yeah, man, I'm a dog. In the cage and out of the cage. I'm open like 7-Eleven if you want to come get some.
Any shout outs you want to give tonight?
Shout out to Zach, to you, to Fierce, to God. Thank you to all these guys that show up and support me. Each and every one of you that buy tickets, that goes to support me and my family. And from the bottom of our heart, we thank you guys and we love you guys.
Once again, this is your house. Congratulations on a phenomenal performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Kent Mafileo.
Kent Mafileo still victorious, and with that, you've got to wonder if a heavyweight title is on the other side of this one. Welcome in to the Bet Openly post-fight show. Blake O'Rulian, alongside with who I've been with all night, David Kim, as well as Jason Laporte making his way back over to the broadcast booth. David, your thoughts on what was an incredible card. A little bit longer than they normally are, however. The main and co-main event truly delivered.
I mean, it's just picture perfect when you got people winning like that. Just between, Kent and Zeke winning, Orlando put on a phenomenal performance. Same with Bishop. Andrew Mickelson, I mean, it wasn't even a contest. And Chris Chu persevering through a lot. There were so many amazing fights on the main card, as well as the prelims.
Jason, anyone that jumped off the film for you?
Kent Mafileo. I mean, we saw the old Kent back. I think that's what everybody was waiting for, especially after that last fight. And, he got the victory, fought through a little adversity, but you didn't see that old killer instinct that you normally see from Kent. You saw it tonight. So Kent highlights the night for me.
Without a doubt, the top two certainly delivered, as well as the entirety of the card. September 7th, live from Warehouse 22, an incredible card. Ammon Garcia alongside a host of other incredible fighters, but Ammon Garcia to make his pro debut.
Yeah, buy the pay-per-view, show up, get a ticket. You don't want to miss this kid.
Ammon Garcia, I mean, this guy is ready to throw down anytime, anywhere, any place with anyone. He is such a phenomenal athlete, and I think that we're truly blessed to have someone like that in the Fierce Cage in Utah.
Tickets set to go on sale soon at fiercefightingchampionship.com. Follow Fierce on any of your social media platforms in order to find out when you can grab those tickets, because that event will certainly sell out. From all of us here at Fierce Fighting Championship, from those who put on the broadcast to those who help us with putting on the show in totality, Blake O'Rulian, Jason Laporte, David Kim, final time tonight signing off and saying thank you so much. We will see you next time, and so long from Salt Lake City.